Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, let's get the White House shot up. There we go. We got the White House. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Hang on a moment here. What I need to do is I actually want to do this. That's better. That's better. There we go. We got the White House. White House Live. Ooh, you know what? I got to get the clock up on the screen too. Pakistan says the ceasefire ends in about 3.5 hours, but President Trump says it ends Wednesday night. I don't know which is correct. But Pakistan says it ends at 7:50 p.m. Eastern time. As of right now, negotiations, peace talks not happening. No, J.D. Vance and the others have not even gotten on a plane from the U.S. to go to Pakistan for the peace talks. Hold on a moment here. Oh, President Trump just posted. President Trump just posted. As we were coming on the air, let's look at this right now. I haven't even read it yet. Hey, Trump just posted. Thanks for letting me know. As we were coming live. He says, based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, not unexpectedly so, and upon the request of Field Marshal Asim Munir and Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan, we have been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran until such time as their leaders and representatives can come up with a unified proposal. I have therefore directed our military to continue the blockade and in all other respects remain ready and able, and will therefore extend the ceasefire until such time as their proposal as submitted. Oh my gosh. He's extending the ceasefire until Iran submits their proposal and discussions are concluded one way or another. Wow. President Trump has indefinitely extended the ceasefire. Well, we can take the clock off. Ceasefire clock off. This just happened. He just extended the ceasefire. Wow. Right as we were coming on the air. The Hopple says he will change his mind soon. One of our viewers said, we got to change the headline here. Trump extends ceasefire until Iran submits a proposal. Trump extends ceasefire until whenever Iran submits a proposal. Let's read this again. Based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, not unexpectedly so, and upon the request of Field Marshal Asim Munir and Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan, we have been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran until such time as their leaders and representatives can come up with a unified proposal. I have therefore directed our military to continue the blockade and in all other respects remain ready and able, and will therefore extend the ceasefire until such time as their proposal is submitted and discussions are concluded one way or the other. All right, we got to take some comments from you guys. Nunya says Taco Tuesday. Zambo says go figure. LOL. Chaotic Chicken said Taco Tuesday. Kevin Graham says he was always going to back down. By the way, about a half an hour, in the last hour, Iranian state media. Oops, hold on. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment. I got to take a second here. Hold on. Let me get this up on the screen for you. Let me get this up on the screen for you. Hang on. Give me a moment. So, oh, that's not what I wanted. Hold on. Hang on a second here. That's not what I wanted. That's the other one. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. Why did that not work? Let's see. It's going to work or not? There it is. So about in the last hour, Iran had announced on state media that they were not going to show up on Wednesday for the talks. So about, in the last hour, about an hour ago, Iranian state media said that the Iranian negotiating team has announced to the American side that it will not be present in Pakistan on Wednesday, and there is currently no prospect of participating in the negotiations. So about an hour ago, Iranian state media said Iran isn't showing up to the negotiations. So now we have President Trump indefinitely extending the ceasefire. Did oil just do something, guys? I'm looking at the oil markets. Let's see. I'm looking. This was posted. Yeah, it looks like oil, when this came out, it looks to me like oil, like WTI went from like 92 down to like 89, and then it bounced up to around 90. Looks to me like it went down a bit when this announcement came out. Yeah, also Brent crude was at around 101, and then it went right down to about 98 and a half or so, and now it's up to 99 and a half. Truthway says it's a standoff. Our viewer, one of our viewers, AM/FM, thinks Iran won't be able to hang in there without being able to ship oil. Also, Israel doesn't have to wait to attack. Well, Israel is part of the ceasefire, so Israel would have to wait to attack. Wild Boy thinks this suits Iran just fine. No bombing. They get to rebuild and rearm and keep Hormuz closed. R.A. Walt thinks one of the greatest military invasions in history is about to begin. U.S. Rights and Freedoms thinks IRGC is losing billions per day and U.S. is gaining oil customers. Let me see if I have a response from Iran to this. I got to check out Iranian media. I don't know we'll have a response right away. We'll have to see what Iran says in response to this. But again, there were all these, President Trump had said multiple times that J.D. Vance was going to go to Pakistan for peace talks. And then about an hour ago, Iran state media said Iran's not coming. And there's not even, as we talked about, this is, he said, whenever. He said, we're extending the ceasefire until such time as, right? So there's no a week or 2 weeks or whatever. So if Iran doesn't submit a proposal for months, does the ceasefire just go on for months? I don't know. Annie M says, this is like a yo-yo. Ed RM says, indefinite blockade, Trump wins again. SBB says, no win for the president. Nin Loki says, so forever because Iran won't deal with Trump. Hassel de Hoff says, just end the war and stop dragging this on, Trump. Marnie Pixley thinks he is looking for a way out. Eric Zimmerman says Trump toned down his rhetoric. Now, just 7 hours ago, Trump had said that there would be negotiations soon. Just 7 hours ago, he had said to the Iranian leaders who will soon be in negotiations with my representatives, I would greatly appreciate the release of these. And he showed pictures of 8 women who he reposted a post that claimed that Iran was preparing to hang 8 women. He said, release these women. It would be a great start to our negotiations. So just 7 hours ago, he was saying that we will soon be in negotiations. Wow. So I don't know what we don't even have any deadline now. Now there's no deadline. Now there's no deadline for anything. There's no deadline for anything. So what's going to happen now? I don't know. Yes, Trump is supposed, thanks for reminding me. Trump is supposed to do an appearance shortly, but he's appearing with the NCAA Collegiate National Champions Day. Hold on, I want to get this on the screen. Let's get Trump. Hold on. We're going to get the White House on the screen. Oh my gosh. Trump is going to speak soon. Whoa, but I'll turn that down. Trump is going to be speaking soon, but at an event about NCAA sports. He's going to be speaking at an event about NCAA sports. Will he talk about... I got to get my headphones on. Will he talk about what just his post on Truth Social? But you're looking at the White House Live. Oh my gosh. Oh, there's a Kash Patel press conference. What is that about? I don't know what that's about. We'll see. I don't know that we'll... Depends on what it's about. We might watch the start of it, but I don't know. That's at 5:30. Wow. There it is. President Trump indefinitely extends the deadline until Iran submits a proposal. Until Iran submits a proposal. We'll be hearing from Trump soon. Iranian state media says, with Iran standing firm on its rightful positions and our superior hand in the field, Trump unilaterally extended the ceasefire. Again, that's from Iran state media. With Trump standing firm on its right, with Iran standing firm on its rightful positions and our superior hand in the field, Trump unilaterally extended the ceasefire. That's from IRIB state media. I'm sorry, I'm a bit sick. I'm doing my best. Fars News, which is Iran state media, says, after Iran refused to negotiate, Trump himself extended the ceasefire. By the way, a quick thanks as we wait for Trump to speak. Hold on a moment. Hold on one more moment here. There we go. Good. Okay, now. Hey, I want to thank our moderators for being here. We have Ruth is moderating. Janet B is moderating. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Ruth and Janet B are moderating on YouTube. Thanks also to our Twitch moderators. Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3. Moderating there on Twitch. Thanks to Who Shot JR on Twitch as well. Also Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, who moderate for us on X. Also, thank you so much to our Facebook moderators. Also, Kay Larry Body's modding there. Thanks, Kay. Thanks, and Shannon Davis Hughes. Thank you. Also, thanks to Dolly Clark for being a subscriber over there, and Barry Eisler and Kristen McConnell Gates. And also, thank you so much to Pax Tararica. Pax Tararica. Thanks so much for your support. Thanks, Fiona Diamond, for being a member. Thanks, Sydney, for being a member. Thanks so much, TE88PFCR, who thinks keeping the blockade indefinitely is a huge win for Trump. Thanks also Alfonso Colmer, who thinks Trump will attack. This is all just strategic blah blah. Thanks Robin's Dogs, our member. Thanks Stoned in the Wasteland, who says Trump changes his mind like North Texas changes weather. Thanks so much, Thomas P4019. P0419 from Sweden, who's given so many memberships. Thomas just gave 5 more memberships. So nice of you, Thomas. Thank you. Thanks also PuppyTube, our member. AX Forever, our member. Stephen Briones. Thank you, Stephen, for your support. And again, Fiona Diamond. Thank you, Fiona, very much. So we're waiting again. I'm going to have a cough drop right now because I am a bit sick. But Trump is going to be speaking soon at a White House event. You're looking at it live. So we'll keep an eye out for that. We're waiting for him to speak. All right, give me a moment here. We're going to take more of your comments. We're going to get you more updates on this breaking news. Michael Horowitz. I follow Michael. Michael's a commentator on international affairs, among other things. Michael says, the ball is now in Iran's court. Is Tehran willing to go back to fighting? Michael says Iran has some breathing room to endure the blockade while probing whether Washington can be pressed into lifting it, but that window won't stay open indefinitely. For now, he says both sides are locked in a meta-negotiation, haggling over the conditions of the talks before the talks even begin. He says, given the gap between their positions, this interim phrase could stretch for a while. You can follow him at Michael H992. Jerry says, after 47 plus years of this, why should we believe them now? I have to, hold on a second. Somebody posted just utterly false information in the chat. By the way, thanks to Fleshernet. I appreciate it. Fleshernet, thank you. Yes, Virginia today is voting on the redistricting proposal, which would result, if it passes, and I think roughly 4 additional Democratic seats in Congress. But it's a special election today, and the polls close what is it, 7 p.m.? 7 p.m. Eastern time. So when we get closer to that, we'll check that out when we get closer to the polls closing time. You can see this from DDHQ votes. Hold on. Right there, it says 2026 Virginia Congressional Redistricting Amendment. Polls close at 7 Eastern time. Oh my gosh. No, I'm not signed in there over on DDHQ. All right. Let's get a little volume here. Let's see. Can we get a little volume? Oh, they're playing music. I don't want to play copyrighted music. So they're still there waiting for Trump. All right. Anyways, sorry. Let's take some more comments from you guys. What do you think about this? R. Dan CD says, this doesn't feel like winning to me. Uncle Fester thinks Iran will never submit a proposal. Rob M. Tube says, Iran's IRGC is a mixed up mess. No one can agree on anything. What a Twist says, so Trump backed down, Sharman soft. Shredder says, doesn't matter what Iran says, it will be a lie. Ooh, look at that. We have another view, another angle here. SIP74 says there was a huge airlift with C-130s to the Middle East over Europe today. I feel like in the last 3 weeks, every other day, there's claims of some huge airlift. Now, they may be true, but I would, again, also, I'm guessing that you have to do airlifts anyway, given that this huge war is going on. So I don't know that there's been any airlift that shows that some new offensive is coming. I have no idea. People are coming in. People are coming in. People are coming in. People are coming into the place. Crazy. People are coming in to sit down at the White House. Can you believe it? Hey, thanks so much to Gordon Gott. Gordon says, you can't keep those Marines on those ships forever. It's an interesting question of, is there a point at which President Trump does not want to keep the troops there? You know, just kind of hanging out. Ole Hansen says the negotiating power within Iran is not clearly defined. Trump killed the key negotiator, so who has authority is not 100% defined. I got to turn this down because I want to be careful about playing copyrighted music. But you can see President Trump's going to be speaking. And he has indefinitely extended the ceasefire. Well, extended it however long it takes for Iran to submit a proposal. Austin Batman thinks Trump will string it out, walk away, and then claim victory. Roy Case, who's a reporter in Israel I follow with Channel 11, Con News. Roy says that the Iranians are not thrilled, to put it mildly, not thrilled with Trump's statement on extending the ceasefire. He says the Iranians are conditioning the lifting of the naval blockade in order to return to a round of negotiations, while Trump insists on not lifting it. So therefore, no solution right now. Elena Treen with CNN reports, the president continues to prioritize a diplomatic solution, and the administration does not want to resume kinetic strikes if a deal is possible. Elena Treen of CNN also says that the administration is concerned about a divide between Iran's negotiating team, with the parliament speaker and foreign minister leading it, and Iran's military, leading to questions about who can ultimately sign off on a deal. It's interesting when you think about the oil markets, because on the one hand, oil markets might be happy that there's no imminent fighting going on. But at the same time, I mean, the Strait of Hormuz is still essentially closed. Iran is not letting much out of there. Also, the blockade is on, so Iranian oil is not getting out. So that means that the supply shortage continues for world oil. I'm looking at the Brent crude price. Brent crude, before Trump made his announcement, it was around 101. Then it went down to below 99. Now it's approaching 100. Hi Levy says, I don't know where this is going, but Trump is not leaving without the uranium. Kuhneberger says, waste of time, never trust Iran. El Doitira says, I think the administration is really running out of options. As debt is going to touching roof, now we have to pay back tariff amount to importers as well. Nathan Kirk says, Iran hasn't agreed to extend the ceasefire. State media reported that Trump extended it, but I mean, I don't know that it would be, you're correct, but I don't know that Iran is going to race to break the ceasefire at this point. But technically, you are right in that Trump has done it unilaterally, which is what the Iranian state media said, that Trump did it unilaterally by himself. Oh, hold on a second. I think, let me just see what I have here. We haven't gotten like an official statement from Iran, a complete statement about this. I don't know if we're going to get one anytime soon. Iran state media Mer News says Trump has been forced to unilaterally announce the extension of the ceasefire, even though he previously openly emphasized that he would not extend the ceasefire under any circumstances and that Iran should participate in the talks. I don't know that Trump ever said that. I remember him saying he was unlikely to extend it. Mer News says Iranian officials calmly and quietly did not announce any official position on whether or not to participate in Trump's alleged negotiations, emphasizing that the U.S. has violated the ceasefire in recent days and that Iran will not negotiate under pressure and threats. I mean, Iran has said it will not negotiate under pressure and threats. So I don't even know that Iran will submit a proposal while the blockade is still on them. I mean, they weren't going to go to the negotiations today. They already said that. So I don't know that it changes things. You know, if they don't want to negotiate, they might not distinguish between showing up and doing it in person or just sending something. More people coming in. More people coming in. More people coming in to the event at the White House. We're going to keep an eye on this. Thanks, by the way, to Greg M. Berry. Greg thinks the short squeeze on paper oil Brent is about to be on. No actual oil to sell to cover contracts. Watch Brent. You mean immediate? Watch Brent go to 150 in the next week or two? That's what Greg says. Thank you, Greg, for your support. Also, least trustworthy weasel, thank you very much. Treasure, please, thank you. Treasure, please, thinks he's going to wait until the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday to do anything. He wants his 2011 Obama roast Trump to his face while killing Osama moment. That's what Treasure, please, says. The next White House Correspondents' Dinner is Saturday night. Saturday the 25th. I think it's at night. Yeah, Saturday the 25th. Thank you, Confidence in God, for your support. I appreciate it. Thanks for your note, Confidence in God, too. Thank you, Confidence in God. We're waiting for Trump to speak. Also, thanks to Paul Level for your support. Paul Level over there on Patreon. Thanks, Paul. This event is Trump delivers remarks to NCAA collegiate national champions. It's about college sports. Ooh, what's this? I just saw something here. Iranian state media Fars just reposted this. I want to show you something. Hold on one second here. That they say is from an advisor to the Iranian Speaker of Parliament. Let me show you this. Give me one moment here. Iranian state media Fars just posted this. They say it's from an advisor to the Iranian Parliament Speaker. Hang on. Okay, here's what Iranian state media just posted. It's a post from Mahdi Mohammadi. And here it is. I'm gonna put it on the screen for you. They say he's an advisor to the Iranian Speaker of Parliament. And it says, Trump's ceasefire extension means nothing. The losing side cannot dictate terms. The continuation of the blockade is no different from bombardment and must be met with a military response. Moreover, Trump's ceasefire extension is certainly a ploy to buy time for a surprise strike. The time for Iran to take the initiative has come. Now, this is not an official Iranian government pronunciation, but it is Iranian state media reposting this. I believe Fars is close to the Revolutionary Guard. So it's interesting that they would repost this on Fars. Yeah, Fars is close to the IRGC. So again, it's not an official government pronunciation, but it is IRGC media posting it. Well, we'll see what happens. Them's fighting words, says South America man. T-Mac Gamer thinks it's propaganda. I don't know if Iran's going to do anything. Look, clearly Iran does not want the blockade. They have been saying that for days, highly critical of the blockade and of the seizing of the Iranian ship, the attacking and seizing of the Iranian ship. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Volume. We need volume.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Trump is speaking now.
Some great-looking athletes, that's, I can tell you. It was great to meet you before. I hope you all got your medal. Did anybody not get the medal? No, because I want to make sure. I don't want to have anybody leave unhappy. Please sit down. There's no place like this. Coach, what do you think? Pretty good, right? I meet all these golfers over here. I said, what are your handicaps? +4. I said, +4, +5 even. It's just, that's good stuff. He actually said higher than that. I said, you got to be kidding me, right? That's great. Great. Congratulations. Great team. I heard about the team. And I heard about all the teams this afternoon. We're joined by not one, not two, but 7 collegiate championship winning teams from all across the country. Champions, every one of them. And these are student athletes that have demonstrated remarkable talent and discipline. And we're born a little bit lucky with talent because I'm not sure, Coach, I'm not sure. I look at all these great coaches that have these records, 40-1, 37-2, pretty good records. But we're talking, and I guess you probably have to have a little something very special, because what you are and what you do is very special. To the winners here today, welcome to the White House, a very, very incredible place. I pinch myself every time I walk through the White House. I say, this place is really something. And it's a great honor to have you, because you're very amazing people. Among those joining us this afternoon are the 2025 Division I men's golf champions. Why don't you stand up when I introduce you for a second? You got all the fake news back there, so you know you'd have they'll treat you better than they treat me. They're going to treat you better than they treat me. And that's Oklahoma State Cowboys. And I just said that I won Oklahoma 77 out of 77 counties. Second was Ronald Reagan, so I'm very proud of that. It's somehow they like me in Oklahoma. I don't know what that is. Sit down, Coach. Great job. The incredible team showcased consistency, grit, and precision all season long, led by head coach Alan Bratton. Alan, unbelievable. The Cowboys dominated throughout the spring, capturing multiple victories before securing their 12th national title. Amazing. They have made Oklahoma State very proud, and it's a great school, and it's a great sports school, too, with some unbelievable champions and teams, and you're right at the top. Congratulations. It's great. I'll have to play golf with you guys some. I'm going to try giving you a match. I think it's going to be tough. This is a match I'm not looking forward to. And anytime you're around, you let us know, okay? We'll let you go over to the place I told you about, a special place on the Potomac River, okay? Joining us as well are the 2025 NCAA Women's Volleyball Champions, the Texas A&M Aggies. Thank you. Good. Stand up. When I watch television, I watch the level of talent. It's actually incredible, and you're the best of the best. So that's an amazing thing. And from the opening serve to the final point of the national championship, the Aggies played with heart and determination. Everybody here played with heart and determination, really. They dominated the tournament, sweeping top-seeded Kentucky to claim, why were they top-seeded? What's going on? What's going on? I don't like that. To claim the program's first ever national title. Kendall Stowers was an offensive powerhouse. Where's Kendall? Are you a powerhouse? Yes, I can tell you are indeed a real powerhouse and champion. And senior opposite hitter Logan Lednicki delivered 11 kills against Kentucky. Where's Logan? Congratulations. So how tall are you, Logan? 6'3". Wow, that's pretty good, let me tell you. But I want to congratulate, what great athletes. Thank you very much. Great athletes. Please. Also in the winner's circle, we have the 2025 NCAA men's tennis champions, the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, and Arnold Palmer was a great friend of mine in a slightly different sport. How's your golf team doing? I don't know. They're pretty good, right? They're pretty good, too. But they battled through the fierce postseason to claim their second national title. DK Suresh delivered the clinching point to seal a 4-2 victory over TCU in the final, and I want to congratulate you, and I see you right there. I said, who's the best player of the team? And they all pointed to him, right? So congratulations, and that's really incredible, DK, what you've done. You had a great year. You all had a great year. Thank you very much. Good. You know, Arnold Palmer was a great friend of mine. I got to know him toward the end of his life. He was an unbelievable champion. Went to that school, right? He went to that special school, and he used to love it. And it's known for that. It really was something. I've been there. Up next are the 2025 NCAA Women's Tennis Champions, the Georgia Bulldogs, who just captured their third national title. Stand up, please. Great. Sofia Rojas sealed this team's incredible victory, losing a first set before roaring back to dominate the next two and clinch Georgia's sweep over the team from Texas A&M. And all I can say is go Bulldogs. That's a great state. I love that state. Did very well there, too, in the election. You know, I only like the states that I win, so it's one of those. But thank you very much. Congratulations. That's really fantastic. What a great job. That's not easy. Winning in tennis, that's a tough thing to do. I play tennis a little bit. Not quite at that level. Not quite. But that's a great thing. Congratulations. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Also with us are the 2025 National Collegiate Women's Bowling Champions. They gave me a beautiful jacket. The Youngstown State Penguins. You know, the jacket's been gone over. Where are you? The jacket's been x-rayed, gone over by Secret Service at a level that doesn't look the same. It just doesn't. They've gone over it to levels that you wouldn't believe. But I want to thank you very much. It's beautiful. The team rolled their way into history with the program's first ever national title. Wow. Senior Madison Marks, where's Madison? Congratulations, that's incredible. Was unstoppable in the finals and was named the first team All-American, and that's a big thing to be named first team All-American. So what would you average in bowling, Madison?
I ended my college career at like a 208 average.
208, that's fantastic, man. That's great. So congratulations. It's not easy bowling. I've tried it. It doesn't work too well for me. It's very difficult. Actually, it's very difficult. And it's supposed to be one of the best teams in many years beyond everything else. So thank you very much. Congratulations for being here at the White House. Thank you. And we're also proud to recognize the 2025 NCAA Women's Soccer Champions, the Florida State Seminoles. They just clinched their fifth national title and back-to-back championships for the second time in the program history. That's amazing. Sophomore midfielder Peyton McGovern had an impressive season. Where's Peyton? Peyton, where are you, Peyton? That's great, huh? Are you that good? Are you going to turn pro? I think so. I think you will. I have a feeling. Finding herself in the starting lineup for 18 games, it was ultimately named the 2025 All-Tournament Team. And senior defender Claire Rain earned her second national title playing with FSU, and congratulations to all of you. Congratulations. That's a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Really amazing. It's a great school. Finally, we have the 2025 National Collegiate Mixed Rifle Champions, the West Virginia Mountaineers, 51 points. Susie, we dominated West Virginia, maybe even more than you dominated the rifle world, Coach. I don't know. But I love that state. That state is the greatest. It's such an incredible group of people. And think of it, for their 20th national shooting title, and the coach was there for all of them or most of them? All of them? Just about all of them. That's amazing, and I just want to congratulate you. West Virginia is a great place. It's a great state. So many friends there. We've been there a lot. You know, when you win it by 45 points or something like that, maybe more, you like to sort of say, I love that state. And they like me, I guess. I can't imagine why. But for you to win, I know how difficult it is. So congratulations to all very much. This was the school's record as the #1 most winning program in collegiate rifle history. So you have the #1 school in rifle history. Congratulations. It's an amazing accomplishment. So college sports are among America's most cherished institutions, a tradition where lessons learned on the playing field shape the character of winners. And you are winners. You wouldn't be here if you weren't. The athletes here today represent the very best of that grit and determination and teamwork. That's why under my administration, we're fighting hard to save college sports. What's happening is crazy. It's crazy. And what we want to do is help athletes, or like all of you in this room. And as soon as I took office, I ended a terrible injustice and banned men from competing in women's sports. I don't know if anybody agrees. Does anybody agree with that, that men should be able to play in women's sports? Would you like to raise your hand? Well, so far I have never found anybody, but they say it's an 80-20 issue, but I've never been able to find anybody, so I think it's a 99-1. Maybe it's a little bit more than that, Coach, right? Maybe it's 100-0. I campaigned on that one all the time. I say there will be no men in women's sports, and people would go crazy. But I mean it. But you're politically correct. So earlier this month, I signed an executive order to implement a number of key reforms protecting programs like yours, which don't always get the top headlines, but are crucial to strengthening years and years of education and sports and the ability to compete and to win, which we need very much. We now have, thanks to a wonderful decision in the Supreme Court, we're a country that's, again, based on merit. In other words, if you're the best shooter, you're the best shooter. If you're the best golfer, you're the best golfer. And all of these things are very important to stop the pay-for-play schemes that only benefit the largest programs. We will only allow one no-penalty transfer through the transfer portal. I think most of the people here know what that means, where you had some people going to 3-4 different, it's like they became like monopoly players. And to ensure room for the new talent, we're also instituting a 5-year eligibility cap for college players, because students right out of high school should not have to compete against players that are 28 or 29 years old who decide they can make more money staying in college than they can by going into the professional leagues, which is pretty ridiculous. It's a very, very precarious position that the courts have left us in, because we had great college sports, and a judge decided, who was not a person that knew much about sports, actually I think knew nothing about sports, decided that the whole thing was unconstitutional. For over 100 years, they developed these programs, a lot of scholarships, a lot of great things happening. And now it's a total and complete mess. But we're going to get it fixed up, and we've got some fantastic people doing it. So we need now Congress to act to clear up the confusion created by the courts and institute permanent reforms to protect college sports at every level, and especially some sports. And frankly, you know, a lot of the emphasis is put on football, but football's now destroying the colleges economically, because they're being paid so much that the colleges are losing so much money. It's not sustainable. So in recent weeks, the White House has convened many of the most respected sports figures and commissioners in the nation. We had all of them here, just about all of the top people, 64 of them, including Nick Saban, one of the greatest coaches ever, Randy Levine, the head of the New York Yankees, Bryson DeChambeau, a rather good golfer. Was he pretty good, coach? He'd make your team even, right? I don't know. That's a pretty good team. He will make your team. Tim Tebow, wonderful guy. Charlie Ward, Adam Silver. This incredible group developed a strong set of recommendations, and my administration is committed to working with Congress to get them through. I signed an executive order instituting those recommendations, and it's going to clean it up a long way. It's going to take it a long way. 75% of Olympians competing for Team USA played as college athletes. If we don't straighten out this, we're not going to have much of an Olympic team, because you have so many of these sports, especially certain sports, where it's like the minor leagues. You could call it the major leagues. You could call it whatever you want, but we train unbelievable athletes to go in and win the gold medal. And without college sports, without your ability to go into college sports and compete and learn really how to play and get better, we're not going to have much of an Olympic team anymore. Many of America's greatest CEOs and entrepreneurs learned discipline, courage, and drive through playing sports in college. And I loved sports. I mean, I was so helped in my life by sports. Saving this tradition is not only a matter of fairness and sportsmanship, it's a matter of national pride and national greatness indeed. All of you have battled your way to the absolute top in sports, and now you have an administration that's fighting just as hard for you as you fight for our country, and you have fought for our country. So I want to congratulate you. You know, you're a group of real champions. I know what it is to win in sports and win in life, but To win in sports is, I always say it's a microcosm of life. The beautiful thing, you know in 2 hours or you know in a season how you are in life. Sometimes you have to go a lot of years before you can figure it out. But I have to say, you are unbelievable champions. I admire and respect all of you, and it's an honor to have you in the White House, and you'll come back. And who knows, someday you might, one of you or two of you or three of you, Susie, what do you think, might come back as me? You don't want that. I don't think you want that. I don't think, it's not worth it. But it's an honor to have you here, and congratulations. And here we have some beautiful trophies, as you see. And we're going to be giving things out, and we're going to be seeing maybe some of you later. You're going to hang around and enjoy the White House for a little bit. And thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, everybody.
I was going to see if he was going to say anything about the war, but about Iran, but he did not say anything about Iran. No questions, nothing about Iran. So I figured we'd check. Sorry. Well, there he goes. All right. Now we're going to get caught up. So that was President Trump. All right. So what I have to do now is remove this, get this on the screen, remove that, and get this up on the screen. Okay. There we go. Now, all right, let's get caught up on what is going on. And again, I do apologize. I do have a cough, so I'm doing my best here. I might have to have another cough drop. Okay, so we came on the air because the ceasefire deadline was getting close. Pakistan said the deadline for the ceasefire to end was at 7:50 p.m. Eastern time tonight. But just about an hour ago, Iran had already said today in state media, Iran had announced in their state media that they were not going to show up on Wednesday for negotiations in Pakistan. So then President Trump said this. He said, based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, not unexpectedly so, and upon the request of Field Marshal Asim Munir and Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan, we have been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran until such time as their leaders and representatives can come up with a unified proposal. I have therefore directed our military to continue the blockade and in all other respects remain ready and able, and will therefore extend the ceasefire until such time as their proposal is submitted and discussions are concluded one way or the other. I mean, it's not even, it extends the ceasefire until Iran submits a proposal and discussions are concluded one way or another. So there's not a deadline on there. It just says when Iran submits its proposal and then they talk. So we'll have to see what happens. I want to show you a couple things that came out from Iran after. Christopher D. Wheeler says, forever ceasefire? Our viewer, Christopher, said that. Finish him says he's just extending it till the market closes, then attack? Hey, it's Mike says, can Iran reject the ceasefire and attack first? Our viewer, Fred Flintstone, says it's a stalemate and he knows it. All right, now give me a moment here. Oh, Tasneem posted something. Tasneem said, let me show you what Tasneem State Media says. Where is this coming from? All right, here's some reaction from Tasneem Iranian State Media. I just need a second here. I'm going to get this on the screen for you right now. Now, let's see if I can get this on the screen. Okay, so look up top there. This is from Tasneem State Media. At the top it says, Tasneem News has learned from various sources that Iran had not requested an extension of the ceasefire. Then Tasneem says, Trump lost the war and had tested and examined all possible scenarios during the war. Trump knows that he will not achieve anything through the war, so he considers the best possible way for himself to get out of the war. Because even if he continues the war with a stupid decision, he will not achieve anything. Then Tasneem Iranian State Media says, hang on a second here. Hold on. They say, although the war will not achieve anything for the United States, Trump should not rule out the possibility that everything, including the extension of the ceasefire, is a deception. Trump may claim to extend the ceasefire, but then the same terrorist government of the United States or its regional rabid dog Israel will carry out terror. They mean during the ceasefire. Tasneem's information indicates that this option is definitely being considered by Iranian officials, and Iran is not taking this issue lightly. Another possibility is that the U.S. will withdraw from the war, and Israel will remain in it under the pretext of violating the ceasefire in Lebanon. However, Americans have already been warned that the U.S. cannot unilaterally escape the war and keep Israel in the fight. And then Tasneem says, continuing the naval blockade means continuing hostilities. Iran will not open the Strait of Hormuz as long as the naval blockade continues, at least, and will break the blockade by force if necessary. That's what they say. I don't know if they're really going to be able to. Well, when they say break it by force, they could mean like attack the ships doing the blockading, or they could mean, attacking, say, energy targets in the Gulf to put pressure on the U.S. to lift the blockade. So that's another statement from Tasneem right there. Hang on. The Prime Minister of Pakistan posted too. Hang on. Give me 1 second. Just one moment here. We'll take some more comments from you in a second. Hold on. Iranian state media Tasnim also said, the U.S. is seeking to continue the shadow of war and the suspension of the economy and politics in Iran. The U.S. imagines that the situation is the same as after the 12-day war. However, the current period has a fundamental difference in that is Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. If the U.S. wants to maintain the shadow of war, it must consider the Strait of Hormuz completely closed. Now, hold on a moment. Let me also do this. In case you missed it, Iranian state media Fars, which is close to the Revolutionary Guard, they reposted a post from a person they said is an advisor to the Iranian Speaker of Parliament. Oh, I just saw a statement from Iranian military. But excuse me. This is a statement that Fars state media posted from an advisor to the Iranian Speaker of Parliament, Mahdi Mohammadi, who said Trump's ceasefire extension means nothing. The losing side cannot dictate terms. The continuation of the siege is no different from bombardment and must be met with a military response. Moreover, Trump's ceasefire extension is certainly a ploy to buy time for a surprise strike. The time for Iran to take the initiative has come. By the way, a couple people in the chat commented on the fact that I have been sick several times lately, which I do understand. So a quick thing on this, I rarely get sick. When I get sick, it's almost always because I have worn myself out. And what has happened in the last 3 weeks is I have been sick, well, during the war, I've been sick several times because it's been so busy and I've been traveling. So I was in Argentina, then I had to go to Chicago for a work conference. And then while this is going on, when I got back, I had all of this stuff because I was out of town for a while to deal with, in addition to doing this every day, full time, because we've been on the air so much. And I've been trying my best to not get sick, but this is what happens when it gets too busy. So I do apologize, but that is pretty much always when I get sick, when I'm just running around and not getting enough rest and everything. But what can you do? I mean, things got to get done and the war needs to get covered. So it is what it is. But I did not, it was not ideal to be traveling and there's plenty of other stuff I deal with in my non-work life that needs to get done too. So again, I do acknowledge I've been sick several times over the last couple of months. That's what it is, honestly. It's just all of the craziness with, we've been on the air pretty much every day covering this full time unless I've been traveling. And then that combined with everything else, it happens. So I'm sorry, but it happens. Okay. Let's see here. I wanted to mention something else. Garrett Hack says a White House official, Garrett Hack is with NBC News, and Garrett Hack reports a White House official says that Vice President Vance's planned trip back to Pakistan is off, which we could have guessed anyway, but it's a White House official telling NBC News that. Here is what the Prime Minister of Pakistan posted. Shehbaz Sharif, Prime Minister of Pakistan, who said, on my personal behalf and on behalf of Field Marshal Saeed Asim Munir, I sincerely thank President Trump for graciously accepting our request to extend the ceasefire to allow ongoing efforts to take the course. Now, is that what really happened? Is it really that Pakistan requested the ceasefire, or is that what the Trump administration wanted to do, and that's how they're playing it? If you've seen me before, I mean, this is not just in this instance, but with diplomacy, there's what happens and what is said that happens. I personally have a hard time thinking that President Trump did something because Pakistan requested that President Trump didn't want to do himself. But anyways, Prime Minister Sharif says, with the trust and confidence reposed in Pakistan shall continue its earnest efforts for negotiated settlement of conflict. I sincerely hope that both sides will continue to observe the ceasefire and be able to conclude a comprehensive peace deal during the second round of talks scheduled at Islamabad for a permanent end to the conflict. When will those happen? Nobody knows. So that's from the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Take some more comments from you guys. Carrie Collins says there's no such thing as diplomatic talks with Iran. They are not rational. Charlie X says it's unilaterally done weak. Siddhartha thinks oil shock incoming soon. Mr. thinks Trump wanted an exit out. Evelyn in Maine thinks the blockade angered Iran and it shaped their refusal to negotiate today. I will show you at some point what Iran had said today before President Trump made this statement, saying they were not going to show up to the negotiations. Excuse me. Yeah, well, there's no date. There's no date for the next talks. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says, hold on. Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, says, as the president has made clear, the U.S. Navy will continue the blockade of Iranian ports. In a matter of days, he claims, Karg Island storage will be full and the fragile Iranian oil wells will be shut in. Constraining Iran's maritime trade directly targets the regime's primary revenue lifelines. The U.S. Treasury will continue to apply maximum pressure through economic fury to systematically degrade Tehran's ability to generate, move, and repatriate funds. any person or vessel facilitating these flows through covert trade and finance risks exposure to U.S. sanctions. We continue to freeze the funds stolen by the corrupt leadership on behalf of the people of Tehran. Hey, I want to thank quickly here. Thank you so much, Thomas P0419, for more membership. So nice of you, Thomas, from Sweden. Thank you. Also, Pale Rider. Thank you, Pale Rider, for your support. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth, who says, I have officially reached the level of not being able to keep track anymore. Who is doing what, why, and when? Lots of twists and turns in this story. Thanks, Morgana 0075. Thanks, Rivka Spronk 5023 for being a member. Thanks also to Justin D. Winters on Twitch. Thank you. K Muzi on Twitch. Thank you. Zero Dark 30. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks, Timbit Power as well. And I Dunno Kev. Thank you, I Dunno Kev on Twitch. And Who Shot JR. I appreciate that. Sorry. Oh, here's something from the Iranian military. I just saw a statement from them. Iran military. Iranian armed forces are pulling the trigger. I think they mean hand on the trigger. Our capable and powerful forces have long been at 100% readiness and ready to act in the event of aggression or any action against Islamic Iran to immediately and powerfully attack predetermined targets and teach the aggressor, America, and the child-killing Israel regime a lesson more severe than before. They say their finger is on the trigger. Raichu, our viewer, thinks Iran needs to make the next move ASAP. Carrie Collins says, if Trump doesn't finish this, Iran will only wait until another president takes office. This is what they always do. Khalid Mahmoud thinks Trump will attack them on 5:30 Thursday Iran time. Samara says, I wonder what's really going on. Hey, thanks so much, the Mystical Buddha Cake Shop. That's really nice of you, the Mystical Buddha Cake Shop. Thank you. Thanks for your support. Nathan Kirk says the status quo of the strait being closed is a terrible option. Iran says they are keeping it closed. What was the statement they made? They're keeping it closed until the strait is open, until the blockade is off. I have it right here. Yeah, as long as the naval blockade continues, they will not open the Strait of Hormuz, they said. Trucking USA thinks Iran called Trump's bluff. Something else I want to do is I want to show you what Iran said before Trump came out with his announcement. Before Trump came out with his announcement, Iran, in state media, had said that they were not showing up for the talks, and they made a statement why. So I'd like to give you that, show you that, to give you a little sense of what their position is. Let me pull this up here. All right, before I do that, real quick, hold on a second here. Where am I? So we're going to bring you more live coverage. In a moment, I'm going to show you what Iran had to say before Trump's statement. We're going to take more comments and questions from you, bring you more developments. This is a sponsored stream. Our sponsor today is Tax Network USA. So let's hear a quick word from me about Tax Network USA. And right after that, we'll get to more news. Do you owe back taxes or haven't filed in years? If the answer is yes, the IRS could take your wages, bank accounts, and more. If you want to avoid this, you can get help resolving your tax matters with Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA is a tax resolution firm that specializes in resolving and reducing IRS tax issues. They've helped many clients reduce their tax liability and penalties. Their powerful programs and strategies could save you thousands or even eliminate your debt entirely if you qualify. And right now, Tax Network USA is offering a completely free IRS research and discovery call to show you exactly where you stand and how they might be able to help. So if you're interested, give them a call. 866-686-0252 or find them on the web at tnusa.com/AFTV. Don't let the IRS be the first to act. Get protected with Tax Network USA and start the process on settling your tax matters once and for all today. Okay, now I am going to show you what Iran said before President Trump's announcement. And I will post that link from the Tax Network USA in the chat. Okay, done. Now, here is the announcement that was made shortly before President Trump's announcement. It's very interesting. Okay, you can see this right here. They made a whole statement. This is from state media, so I take it as representing the government. And it says, Iran's decision to not attend Pakistan on Wednesday is final. What is the reason? Tasneem reporter inquired. Remember, this is state media. So I take this as statement of basically a government statement or representative of some of the government there. Despite all the hype and rumors from the media and American officials, the Iranian negotiating team has announced to the American side through a Pakistani intermediary for various reasons that it will not be present in Islamabad, Pakistan on Wednesday, and there is currently no prospect of participating in the negotiations. Again, this came out shortly before President Trump's announcement that he was extending the ceasefire. Iranian announcement continued. Regarding the reason for Iran's absence, relative sources believe after Pakistan entered into mediation and requested a ceasefire from the Americans based on the 10-point framework that Iran presented and which was accepted by the United States, they claim, Iran accepted this ceasefire and the subsequent negotiations to end the war. Pakistan also explicitly announced the Americans' acceptance of this framework, but then in the following days, the Americans began to break their promise. The Americans initially, in complete violation of their commitments, did not dictate a ceasefire in Lebanon to Israel, and this issue presented serious obstacles to the negotiations for several days. Also, in the very first round of talks in Islamabad, the Americans made many excessive demands that were in fact a violation of those initial frameworks, and this issue completely led to this round of talks being deadlocked. Because despite the defeat in the field, the U.S. thought it could compensate for the failure in the war by making excessive demands in the negotiations. However, Iran state media says, a few days after the Islamabad talks, the United States was forced to implement the ceasefire in Lebanon as well, following Iran's definitive threat of a missile attack on Israel. After that, Mr. Arakchi, the Iranian foreign minister, announced that Iran would also open the Strait of Hormuz to commercial ships based on the initial framework of the ceasefire and within the framework of that initial agreed framework. But this Iranian action was immediately followed by hostile action by the Americans in continuing the alleged naval blockade. In the messages exchanged over the past few days, the Americans did not back down from their excessive demands and demands that were against the Iranian people's absolute rights, and no meaningful progress was made in the messages exchanged. For this reason, Iran finally announced today that in this situation, it considers participating in the negotiations a waste of time because the United States is preventing any proper agreement from being reached. Therefore, the Americans will not enter. I think that translation maybe means they're not going to have a negotiation. This sounds like it was maybe not the greatest translation here. This is translated. Anyways, this issue has also been announced today through Pakistani media, and Iran will not be present in Pakistan tomorrow to fully protect the rights of its people. So that came out at 3:33 Eastern time. That was 3:33 Eastern time. And then President Trump's statement came out at, when was it? 4:09. So 36 minutes after Iran made that statement in state media, President Trump, 36 minutes said later, that he was extending the ceasefire until such time as the leaders and representatives of Iran agree on a proposal and submit a proposal, and discussions are concluded one way or the other. So anyways, I wanted to, whether you agree with it or not, I wanted to show you what that statement in state media from Iran about why it was not showing up to the negotiations. Steph says propaganda. Irish Sweetness thought the statement was insulting. Oh, Austin Batman says Trump posted 9 minutes after the markets closed. I don't know if that impacted things. I mean, I don't know. It's a bit mixed. I mean, there's not to me a clear market. It's not exactly clear what the markets might think of this, because on the one hand, again, it's avoiding any immediate resumption of hostilities. But on the other hand, the situation is dragged out. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed, subject to what Iran wants to let through. There's still a shortage of oil because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Doesn't get that closer to being solved. Gitmo Holiday says the blockade needs to be much stronger so no ships can get out of Iranian ports. There are some reports, I believe, floating around claiming that some Iranian ships have gone through the blockade, or not Iranian ships, some ships subject to the blockade have gone through the blockade. But, I assume that's because the U.S. is choosing to let them through for whatever reason. I'll see if I can find something about that. I thought I had seen something about that earlier. CENTCOM denies Iranian ships are bypassing the blockade. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Hold on. Here. Let me get you an update on that. on. Where is this? Where is this? Yeah, the Pentagon denied a report. So the Hill reports that the Pentagon denied a report by the shipping journal Lloyd's List of London of 26 Iranian ships bypassing the blockade. Oh, I can find this for you right here. I know what this is. I know what this is. Where this is. Yes. So here you can see right here. So this person, Ali Vaez, posted a link to Lloyd's list, which is a shipping news outlet, which said at least 26 Iranian shadow fleet vessels bypass U.S. blockade. Chris Murphy said, awesome. He's a senator. I don't know if he said that maybe sarcastically. And then Sean Parnell, who's a Pentagon spokesman, said, first of all, this is false. Second, a Democratic senator cheering on the #1 state sponsor of terror is shameful. Let me maybe say a little more about the Lloyd's List report. If I can find it here. Yes. So Lloyd's List said at least 26 Iranian shadow fleet vessels had bypassed the U.S. blockade. They say that while the U.S. military says it's turned around over 20 vessels and completely halted Iranian trade, Lloyd's List intelligence shows a steady flow of shadow fleet traffic in and out of the Middle East Gulf. Again, the Pentagon is denying this. The shadow fleet, by the way, it's a network of oil tankers and cargo ships that Iran uses to export oil and petrochemicals in defiance of sanctions. I think that's from Wikipedia. Yes, look, right here. So Iranian Shadow Fleet, you can see from Wikipedia. The Iranian Shadow Fleet is a network of oil tankers, shell companies, and covert logistical operations used by Iran to secretly export oil in defiance of international sanctions, primarily those imposed by the U.S. So Lloyd's List is claiming that a number of Iranian shadow fleet ships have bypassed the blockade. I'll post a link to, if I can find it here. I'll post a link to their post. The article is paywalled. I haven't read the article, but I'll post a link to their article so you can go there and check it out if you want, or at least the summary of the article they posted. That doesn't mean that the U.S. I would assume the U.S. is aware of these ships. I don't know. They might have reasons for not wanting to stop these ships. By the way, the U.S. did stop a ship last night. We didn't even talk about that. One of our viewers said it's a big ocean out there, Chuck E.T. Plague. But again, I would be surprised if the U.S. doesn't know where these ships are. Texas Proud says, what makes them able to get by? Again, they're not, these are tankers. So again, I don't know, this might be, I don't know if this is a policy choice to just not stop certain ones. Silicat thinks that they don't have enough ships to stop everything for this large area. I mean, it might be, again, I don't know. I don't know the mechanics of using U.S. ships to stop a ship. And how many ships they have out there and how many what does it do to the blockade if they send ships after a certain ship? So it's a good question. Newshound says Lloyd's List is a pretty solid source. Another question is I mean, even if some Iranian ships are getting through, or Iranian shadow fleet ships are getting through, I mean, clearly a lot of Iranian ships are not getting through that would normally go through. So it'd be interesting to know of the shadow, are fewer shadow fleet ships getting through? I would think so. But I don't have those exact numbers for you. Slowpoke thinks those 26 vessels were all owned by China. Maybe some of them have connections to countries like China that the U.S. doesn't want to bother dealing, getting in the way of. It's an interesting point. Oakley Jade's Journey says a war being negotiated on social media is wild. By the way, in case you missed it, the U.S. said it stopped another ship last night. It boarded a ship. It didn't take over the ship. Here, look. In case you didn't see this. Overnight, U.S. forces conducted a right-of-visit maritime interdiction and boarding of the stateless sanctioned MT Tiffany without incident in the Indo-PACOM area of responsibility. As we have made clear, we will pursue global maritime enforcement efforts to disrupt illicit networks and interdict sanctioned vessels providing material support to Iran anywhere they operate. International waters are not a refuge for sanctioned vessels. The Department of War will continue to deny illicit actors and their vessels freedom of maneuver in the maritime domain. David Joel Klotz says that's a big ship. Now, they didn't seize this ship. They boarded it. They didn't see it. Omp Cyclops says it's a pirate's life for the U.S. SDF says they respectfully boarded it. Young Yumi Bong says they gave them a stern talking to. We can look this ship up actually on the on marine traffic, I believe. Marine traffic is marinetraffic.com, the marine tracking, the ship tracking and marine analytics provider. So you can see that's the ship because it looks the same as in the video we saw. It is in Southeast Asia. It's a crude oil tanker. It's sailing under the flag of Botswana. It is heading to Singapore. And according to the past track of it, this is where it is here. And you can see it made a turn. That turn was at about 10 p.m. Eastern. Right? So I don't know if that's when it got stopped right there. And that it's now, it says that right there is from, well, actually, that's about several hours ago. That's about 5 hours ago. As of 5 hours ago, it was underway 8.1 knots. Strider says 90 degrees impressive. I mean, Singapore is here. I don't know how it would normally get there, but maybe that's not the normal route they would take, taking the 90-degree turn to the right. Big Jacoby Myers says that the U.S. can do whatever they want and nobody's going to do blank about it currently. Facts matter, not international law anyways. T-Top says, can any country take the USA seriously now? We should also play, in a second, I'll play what's happened the last few hours in the Strait of Hormuz. Let me thank a couple people here. Hey, thanks so much to Bad Bison for your support. I really appreciate it. Bad Bison. Also, Tim Yerlank, 2118. Thanks for being a member. Thanks so much, Susan Ray Silvestri, for your support. Thomas P0419 gave more memberships. Thomas has given so many memberships from Sweden. Thank you, Thomas, for the memberships. Please thank Thomas or somebody else if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. Thanks, Captain Canada, for the membership, for the gift membership. Thanks, Vlashy Guy, who gave 5 memberships. Very kind of you. Thank you, Jermaine Morgan. Thanks also, Thomas, for shouting out our moderators. Thomas P0419. I'm going to thank them in a second. Also, shout out to, we had to do a poll too. Java Jenkins, thank you for subscribing. K Muzi, thanks for your support over there on Twitch. Shout out to our moderators too. We have moderating right now LB Prairie on Idaho Star. I got that fired. Matthew Kohai 3 on Twitch. We cannot have our chat rooms without our moderators. Janet B. Beth Mythical on YouTube. What is going to happen here in the coming days? Just nothing until Iran makes a proposal? Will Iran maybe do something on its own? I don't know. But thank you to our YouTube moderators. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us over there on X. And on YouTube, not YouTube, on Facebook. Shannon Davis Hughes is modding. Thank you. K. Larry Body. Thank you. Our viewer Capuletto Capulin says both sides are calling each other terrorists, so who knows? Barry Eisler thinks Trump will have Israel attack Iran and then he'll join back in. Gary Weir, our viewer, says it's all a waiting game. Evan Evans says it's never ending. NFL Live Cat says chance of a coup in Tehran. Oh, Kash Patel was speaking. Is he still? I missed it. Well, we can I think we can replay it. Is he speaking right now? Hey, Kash Patel spoke. Hold on. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment. We were covering the developments here, and I forgot to check in on that. Yes. There was a Department of Justice press conference. Can we just play this for a second? Kash Patel and Attorney General Todd Blanche. I'm not committing to play the whole thing, but I just want to see what happened. I don't know. All right, hold on. I'm putting this up there right now. Why don't we put it right here? And I'll put moments ago up there. Moments ago. All right, I'm not going to play the whole thing. Well, I don't know if I'll play the whole thing, but let's just see what it's about and see what happens, and then we can decide how much we want to watch. But here it is. Let's see.
Indictment charging the Southern Poverty.
You know what? I think what we might do is go to the Q&A. I think Kash Patel spoke in the Q&A. So if it's about, I'm not going to play this whole thing about this indictment, but let me just really quick here. Maybe I can get you the summary of what it's about. But I think Kash Patel spoke in the Q&A period. All right, hold on a second here.
Today, a few minutes ago, in the Middle District of Alabama, a grand jury returned an 11-count indictment charging the Southern Poverty Law Center with 6 counts of wire fraud, 4 counts of bank fraud, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering.
All right. So I want to go forward. Not that it's not important, but it's off. It's off of the.
According to the.
It's off topic. So, but I did want to see the Q&A. I heard Kash Patel spoke about something else. Hang on a second here.
Law Center, in a massive, sweeping indictment, has been charged with
I got to see if we have Q&A here. Hold on. Oh yes, there are Q&A.
I'd like to know why individual people are not
Give me one moment. All right. Here, let's look at this. This was moments ago.
I think speaks for itself.
Just on an off topic, obviously you've read the Atlantic article that's now a subject of a defamation lawsuit brought by.
I absolutely did not read that article, but go ahead with your question.
I just, without, obviously it's in litigation now, have you separately just heard any concerns, given your supervision over the FBI director, about any problems with drinking?
I have a lot of concerns, and my concerns are completely around the anonymous reporting that comes forth constantly. That reporters have an obligation to report, and they have due diligence that they're supposed to do. And when an entire article is based on anonymous sources, and there's things in the article suggesting, for example, apparently that senior DOJ personnel were informed of something, that's me. I wasn't informed. No one called me about that. So, listen, I did not read that article. It is the subject of litigation, but I've already spent too much time talking about it. Next question. Go ahead.
On that, Todd, I'm sorry. The FBI director is on camera with the U.S. Olympic hockey team chugging a beer. I mean, do you think that that's appropriate conduct for the FBI director?
That has nothing to do with the article. I mean, look, there's complete hit pieces, and you guys are in this business, and you know what they look like, and the fact that you're asking repeated questions about them almost as an admission of such. But when you have a bunch of people who are hiding behind closed curtains, saying things but not willing to say it publicly, and there are certain parts of the article that are blatantly false because apparently I was told something that I wasn't, it's suspicious. In the back.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Attorney General. Can you explain again what the fraud is here exactly?
I think Kash Patel might have addressed this himself if you give me a minute. This was moments ago. Hold on.
On the hiring of Joe DeGenova to work time, there was an instruction.
I wanted to ask about the references that is on Brandon's application. A memo from the Office of Legal Counsel declaring the Presidential Records Act.
Hang on.
You can assure the American people that taxpayer dollars are being protected. How are the positions and Attorney General or? Yeah.
2018, just given what you said about the Biden administration.
Can I find it?
What that means is I've taken half as many days off.
Oh, hold on.
We started it again, and that brings us to where we are today.
Well, I do want to give you some.
I don't know if this is quite it, but let's see what this is.
To not pursue the investigation, and we started it again, and that brings us to where we are today.
Well, I do want to give you an opportunity to respond directly to the allegations in the Atlantic article that your unexplained absences created a national security risk. And beyond that, can you say definitively that you have not been intoxicated or absent during your tenure as FBI director?
I can say unequivocally that I never listen to the fake news mafia. And as when they get louder, it just means I'm doing my job. This FBI director has been on the job twice as many days as every director before me. What that means is I've taken half as many days off as those before me. What that means is I've taken a third less vacation than those before me. What that means is that this FBI with this Department of Justice has dropped the murder rate 20 points. What that means is this FBI with this Department of Justice has captured 8 of the top 10 most wanted fugitives in the world, twice as many as the Biden administration did in its entire 4 years. What that means is this FBI has seized enough fentanyl off the streets to kill 178 million Americans, a 31% increase. What that means is this FBI and this DOJ has arrested 43% more spies in 14 months than the entirety of the Biden administration. What that means is this FBI has seen a reduction in opiate overdose deaths up to 20% alone. What that means is that we have found 6,300 child victims, 6,300 families have their kids back. That is a 22% increase from the Biden administration. I'm on the job. I'm the first one in. I'm the last one out. I'm like an everyday American who loves his country, loves the sport of hockey, and champions my friends when they raise a gold medal and invite me in to celebrate. I've never been intoxicated on the job, and that is why we filed a $250 million defamation lawsuit. And any one of you that wants to participate, bring it on. I'll see you in court.
Explain the computer login issue. Just explain the computer login issue. You were not able to log into your lawsuit contends that you were not able to log into the system. What did you think after you were unable to log into the system?
Let's have a survey. How many of you people believe that's true? Hang on.
Did you communicate
You asked the question. Let me answer it.
No, let me.
No.
Did you communicate with anyone that you thought you were fired after you were unable to log into
the problem with you and your report, don't cut me off. You asked the question.
Straightforward question.
The problem with you and your baseless reporting is that is an absolute lie. It was never said. It never happened. And I will serve in this administration as long as the president and the attorney general want me to do so. And every time you guys report false lies, every time you guys raise baseless questions, when we are here to talk about the Southern Poverty Law Center's $3 million decade-long scheme to fraudulently fleece Americans, you are off topic.
It's a straightforward question. Did you talk to anybody about whether you thought you were fired?
The simple answer to your question is You are lying, and every time you do so, I've answered your question. It's simply as follows. I was never locked out of my systems. Anybody who says
your lawsuit says the opposite. Your lawsuit
anyone that says the opposite is lying. Thank you.
The lawsuit that you filed says that directly.
Man, stop. You're being extraordinarily rude. And I know maybe that's part of your profession, but please just stop. If you ask a question, he can answer it. And then, wait, now you're interrupting me. Like, just a little bit of respect, man. Just a tiny little bit. Try it sometime. Go ahead.
Earlier today, Senate Majority Leader John.
Okay, so I just, I'd seen that there might be some interesting video there, so I thought that was interesting. So if you want to watch, you can watch the whole press conference at the Justice Department social media. But that was certainly interesting video. I don't know that Kash Patel got up to speak. I think that's basically the end of the presser. Oh, hold on. Does he say anything else at the end here? Let's see.
Hoping you could just elaborate a little bit on what that meant. Soon was an interview.
Republican Party's concerns about that.
Director Patel, you said in an interview over this weekend regarding the election into whether the 2020 presidential election was stolen, you said that there were going to be arrests coming, and I promise you it's coming soon. Hoping you could just elaborate a little bit on what that meant.
Sure. We have many ongoing investigations into large-scale conspiracies, and like we did today, we'll be announcing those arrests when the grand jury returns those indictments.
All right, just one more question, sir.
I have a on topic and off topic. On the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Okay, anyways, you can go watch that press brief. You can watch the whole thing. Department of Justice social media. Check it out if you want, but I did want to just check out what that was. I certainly thought it was an interesting video. All right, now let's get back to the war. We'll get back to the war. Okay. Things got a little spicy in that press conference, as you saw. We should play the last few hours of what happened in the Strait of Hormuz. Tanker Trackers, just by the way, posted 6 minutes ago. Visually unverified AIS data implies that an Iranian-flagged tanker laden with 2 million barrels has now been directed back to Iran from the Arabian Sea. So that would be some sort of Iranian tanker. There's the Arabian Sea. Out here somewhere, being sent back to Iran. I don't know which tanker they're talking about, but Tanker Trackers just said this. They said AIS data implies that an Iranian-flagged tanker with 2 million barrels has been redirected from the Arabian Sea somewhere back to Iran. Now, it seems I assume if it left from Iran, it was subject to the blockade, and maybe they just let it go and get out into the Arabian Sea before stopping it. So many ships. Hey, one of our viewers says, if you missed it, just to update you, we're going to see what happened with the Strait today. If you missed it, President Trump said that he has directed that I'll just read this again. Based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, not unexpectedly so, and upon the request of Field Marshal Asim Munir and Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan, we have been asked to hold our attack on Iran until such time as their leaders and representatives can come up with a unified proposal. I have therefore directed our military to continue the blockade and in all other respects remain ready and able, and will therefore extend the ceasefire until such time as Iran's proposal is submitted and discussions are concluded one way or the other. So the ceasefire, which was supposed to expire either tonight or tomorrow, he has now extended it indefinitely until whenever Iran submits a proposal. That came just about 4 hours before, about 3.5 hours before Pakistan said the ceasefire would end. Lulu says, forever ceasefire now, our viewer. Bell G says, Iran already submitted what they wanted. Not sure what USA is wondering about. Well, who knows what, I don't know what the USA has heard from them in private. I can't say. Joe Wordish says, don't hold your breath for them to submit a proposal. Clementine says the administration just zigs and zags. Zoros thinks it's a weak move. Did Iran reject the ceasefire extension? Well, I mean, there's different comments being posted on Iranian state media. So Iranian state media posted one comment from a person they said was an advisor to the Speaker of Parliament, who said that Iran should, basically that, where is it here? This post. So they reposted this person who's an advisor to the Iranian Speaker of Parliament, who said Trump's ceasefire extension means nothing. The losing side cannot dictate terms. The continuation of the siege is no different from bombardment and must be met with a military response. Moreover, Trump's ceasefire extension is certainly a ploy to buy time for a surprise strike. The time for Iran to take the initiative has come. That's not an official government statement. That's one person posting on their social media account who is an advisor to the Speaker of Parliament. But, you know, so state media reposts it, but they don't say this is the official Iranian policy. I have not seen any kind of official statement of Iranian policy about this. Hold on. I see no statement so far from Speaker Ghalibaf of the Iranian parliament. I don't see any new statement from the foreign minister of Iran. Now, the foreign minister of Iran, before Trump announced this, the foreign minister of Iran had said this. But again, this is before Trump's announcement. He said, Foreign Minister Araghchi says, blockading Iranian ports is an act of war and thus a violation of the ceasefire. Striking a commercial vessel and taking its crew hostage is an even greater violation. Iran knows how to neutralize restrictions, how to defend its interests, and how to resist bullying. But again, that statement was from before Trump extended the ceasefire. Our viewer Sushi Surpass thinks a ceasefire without an end date is not a ceasefire. Thanks also, by the way, to Brinton Photography. We'll do a poll shortly, Brinton. Thank you, Brinton Photography. I really appreciate it. Also, thanks, Brinton Photography, for the gift membership. That's really nice of you, Brinton Photography. Thank you. Thanks also, Shlomisella, for being a member. Thanks, Mara Scott, who thinks Trump is extending until the Lebanon-Israel ceasefire ends, which is April 26th. I have no idea. I don't know what Trump's strategy is here. I mean, there's all kinds of possibilities, but he could have let the ceasefire expire and then started attacking again. So clearly that's not what he wanted to do. Thank you so much, Mara Scott. By the way, I am seeing that it might be the 27th for the Israel-Lebanon ceasefire. I'm not sure. It's 10 days. Oh no, it took effect on April 16th, so it is April 26th for that ceasefire to expire. Also, thanks, Lidwine Elizabeth. She says, I don't understand how it can be called a ceasefire when Iran is blocked from the Strait, so to say. Well, Iran thinks it's a violation of the ceasefire. We just showed you that. The foreign ministry of Iran said blockading Iranian ports is an act of war and thus a violation of the ceasefire. That's what they say. The U.S. doesn't think so. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. And also thank you to Karen Lincoln. Karen says, how are the Iranian people doing with the severe water drought they have been experiencing for several years? Have Trump and Israel might send in the Kurdish people for ground troops to fight for us? There was talk of Kurdish forces possibly conducting some sort of offensive early in the war, but that hasn't been talk of that for weeks. I believe Kurds denied they were doing that. I haven't seen any discussion of that for weeks. I mean, I don't know what's going on, but again, I haven't heard any reporting lately suggesting that that's going to happen anytime soon. Back on March 9th, there's an NPR article with the headline, Iraqi Kurds rush to quash reports of Kurds leading uprising in Iran. So again, I don't know what's going on there, but I haven't heard any kind of reporting in the last few weeks suggesting any kind of Kurd offensive is happening anytime soon. Thank you, Karen Lincoln. By the way, just so you know, I just saw this here. Where is this? Now I can't find what I want to see there. There's an article about water scarcity around on Wikipedia in Iran. Water scarcity is caused by high climatic variability, uneven distribution of water, over-exploitation of available water resources, and prioritization of economic development. It is further exacerbated by climate change. I am not an expert on the water situation in Iran. It does say here, by March 2025, officials warned Tehran was entering a 5th year of drought with sharply reduced reserves. You can also, there's an article on Tehran water shortage. Tehran is experiencing a water shortage, says Wikipedia, due to a combination of factors. Ishi says, put up a ceasefire countdown timer. How do I count down? What are we counting down to? There's nothing to count down to. Anna says, how does Trump know that Iran's going to make a proposal? Vladimir says, until whenever. I mean, this might be the first time that's, well, I mean, it's not that there's nothing going on. I mean, the U.S. does have, maybe Trump's plan is that, I mean, he has this blockade on Iran. So maybe the plan is to pressure them from the blockade. And that sort of encourage, you know, maybe Trump's thought is like, well, I haven't given them a deadline, that the blockade will kind of create a deadline. I don't know. Risha says, what if Iran never submits the proposal? Let's just look at the last few hours in the Strait. Try to. Last 4 hours, let's say. How about the last 12 hours? I'll just do the last 24. Last 24 hours in the Strait of Hormuz. There have been some ships going through, which Iran chooses to let through, but nowhere near what it used to be. I am sorry to annoyingly be using a cough drop right now, but I have a cough, so if I don't, it'll be more annoying because I'll be coughing. But you can see, I mean, there's not a lot of traffic through there. I think we watched the Eon Spear go through last night. Maybe I can make this zoom in a little more. There we go. This is the last 24 hours. Yes, as one of our viewers said, it also depends on if the U.S. allows things through. There might be ships that Iran would allow through that the U.S. would not. I don't know if, well, that our viewer Mian Kyle said that. I think it was. Yeah, you're just not seeing a lot of ships going through right now. So now we're up to about the last 12 hours, you'll see. Spectre EH says, global economy will be greatly affected by this. Hey, look, Rangver, maybe Rangver went through. Let's see. Rangver went up to Rock Island and stopped. And then nothing. Six Cream says, come on, ships. Oh, there goes Rangver. Looks like Rangver maybe is going through. I mean, pretty quiet though, right? Not many ships at all going through in the last 24 hours. What is the RT-10 ship? I'm not, no, I could look it up. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. Euphoria is getting close. That might have gone through too. These ships that are going through might be paying Iran to let them through. Very possible. All right, so let's check up. That was the last 24 hours. Let's check Rangver. There's Rangver. Rangver is a tanker, oil products tanker. And you can see that did go through. Looks like it went through. And what can we find out about the vessel? It is a vessel under the flag of Barbados. It left from the UAE, I guess. Departure from UAE. Destination Singapore, it says. Okay. Then someone asked about the ship RT-10. Which is a cargo ship under the flag of Bolivia, heading for Oman. That ship was, well, it's gone from here to here. I don't know where it was before. It departed Iran, it says. It says it left from Iran. I don't know if this will get stopped or not. Let's take some more comments from you. I'm going to take 1 minute here. So where is this all going now? I mean, what a weird situation now where we have a ceasefire until whenever Iran submits a proposal. Where is this all going? What's going to happen now? We'll talk about it when I'm going to take 1 minute. I got to take 1 minute here and then come back. And we'll talk about it more and see what you guys think. What have we come to, says Ambush. I have no idea. Normally, President Trump, during the war, has been giving these deadlines, like fixed number of days. And this one is just whenever they submit a proposal. I want to be frank, thinks Iran's going to restock weapons. Hang on a minute here. Steve will be back in 1 minute. I'll be back in 1 minute, and we will continue and get some of your thoughts on what's going on. Okay, thank you for your patience. Hang on one moment here. Okay, now let me check. I know some people have sent me messages. Got to check those. I got to check for updates. Hugo Lowell with The Guardian is reporting that Trump met with his national security team today, including J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Kane, and the result of that meeting was extending the ceasefire. Oh, I think I might have some reaction to the extension from Iran from Reuters. Let's see here. Do I or not? No, not really. Nothing we haven't seen. Oh, here it is. Oh, no. We already told you this quote. We told you this quote before that Iranian state media said. Advisor to Iran's top negotiator, Mohammed, his advisor said, Mohammed Bagher Ghalibaf's advisor said that the ceasefire extension is a ploy to buy time for a surprise strike, and the U.S. blockade is no different from bombardment, must be met with a military response. But again, that's not the government. That's one advisor saying that on social media. That's not the official government position. Los Gatos de Wilson says, so Iran forced an extension from Trump. That's what one of our viewers said. Let's see here. Miss Link says, what are they going to do? Yeah, I have not seen any formal statement from the government about their position on the extension. I've seen no official statement from the government about it. Oh. Hang on a moment here. Something else I wanted to mention in a second. There's some reporting from... Wait 1 second here. Where are we? Where are we? See, the Washington Post says U.S. operations against Iran expand to Indian Ocean with tanker capture. We talked about this. U.S. naval operations against Iran have expanded beyond the Middle East as U.S. forces yesterday seized a tanker ship. Oh, they seized it? Well, I thought, all right, now I'm confused. This article says they seized the tanker ship. The other article says CENTCOM said they boarded the tanker ship. Now I'm confused. The Washington Post is claiming that the U.S. seized the Tiffany. Yes, they're saying they seized the tanker ship. Look at this. A U.S. official said the U.S. will determine the next steps for the Tiffany and its crew in the next couple days. Whoa. Hold on a moment here. Hold on a moment. It wasn't CENTCOM. Who said this? I showed you the post about it. Yeah, the Department of War says U.S. forces conducted a right of visit maritime interdiction and boarding. They didn't say they seized it. They didn't say they seized it. But the Washington Post is saying they seized it. This ship, not the first one they seized a couple days ago. This is a different one. This would be the second ship they seized. All right, hold on a moment. Give me a moment. We got to clarify this. No, this is new. This is new. We're not talking about the first ship that was seized when it got a hole, and it was had a hole blown in its engine room. That was the Tuska. We're talking about the Tiffany. It's a different ship. Yes. Hold on. The Washington Post is now reporting that this ship was seized by the U.S., not just boarded. This is a different ship from the Tuska, which the U.S. seized a couple days ago. All right, hold on a second here. Give me a moment. The Tuska was 2 days ago, right? It wasn't yesterday. That was Sunday. Okay, so the Washington Post is reporting that this ship, the Tiffany, was seized by the U.S. Not boarded, but seized. It's a stateless sanctioned ship. They say, which they imply in the Post, that it was providing material support to Iran. And the Washington Post says that, hold on a second here, U.S. forces today seized a tanker ship suspected of smuggling oil in the Indian Ocean and escorted at least one other vessel off of India's western coast. They talk about the capture of the ship Tiffany in open waters between Sri Lanka and Indonesia follows a Trump administration directive to interdict sanctioned vessels believed to be aiding Iran through the purchase of its oil. They said a U.S. official said the United States will determine the next steps for the Tiffany and its crew in the next couple of days. U.S. Central Command, which oversees operation in the Middle East, and U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, which oversees missions in the Indian Ocean, referred questions to the Pentagon, which declined to provide additional details. So that's new. That would be the second ship that the U.S. has seized in 3 days. So that's new. That is new. Again, we're not talking about the Iranian ship. There was an Iranian on Sunday, an Iranian container ship, the Tuska. The U.S. fired on that ship. They fired on the engine room. They blew out the engine room, from what President Trump said, I believe, and what the military said. And they, the military, I think they said, disabled the ship. And then they took the ship. They seized the ship. This is a different ship. This is today. This is the crude oil tanker Tiffany, which is, again, this ship is in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia. This is not right next to Iran. The one on Sunday was in the Gulf of Oman. This is not in the Middle East. This is in Southeast Asia. And the Washington Post is reporting that the U.S. has seized this ship because it has connections to Iran. And this ship, according to marine traffic, see, there's no new. It did this 90-degree turn. That was, I mean, that would have been overnight. That would have been about 10 p.m. Eastern time. And there's no new tracking from as of about. I'm sorry, I messed this up. There's no new tracking since about 11:30 p.m. last night for this ship. So maybe that's when it was seized. But again, that's a different ship than the Iranian ship that was taken on Sunday. No, this ship was not in the strait. It wasn't near the strait. That's kind of the point of the Washington Post article. The article headline is U.S. operations against Iran expand to Indian Ocean with tanker captured. U.S. naval operations have expanded against Iran have expanded beyond the Middle East as U.S. forces today seized a tanker ship suspected of smuggling oil in the Indian Ocean and escorted at least one other vessel off of India's western coast. Operations continued in earnest on Tuesday with U.S. destroyers escorting at least two Iranian tankers, the Dorina and the Savin, that had departed from the Iranian port of Chabahar before the blockade began on April 13th. Satellite imagery by the Post, obtained by the Post showed the Dorina was in the Arabian Sea on April 18th, about 300 miles west of India's southern coast. It was among a group of vessels that satellite photographs had shown in the port of Chabahar before the blockade took effect. A U.S. official declined to say where the Dorina or Savin will be escorted. So they're escorting two other ships. U.S. forces continue to monitor numerous other vessels as part of the blockade, relying in part on the superior speed of the Navy's destroyers to shadow and potentially intercept them. Meanwhile, U.S. Marines continued their search of shipping containers aboard the Tuska, an Iranian-flagged cargo ship that was seized by U.S. forces on Sunday as it moved west through the Arabian Sea, seemingly headed for Iran. Officials said U.S. forces disabled the Tuska using naval gunfire and have since moved it farther away from Iran. The Navy is preparing for the arrival of a third aircraft carrier in the Middle East in the coming days. The USS George H.W. Bush was ordered to the region earlier this month and on Tuesday was transiting east of Africa. Once the Bush and the warships escorting it arrive in the Middle East, the Navy will have more firepower in the region than at any time since the start of the war with Iran. I don't know if the Dorina and the Savin are currently being updated on Dorina, crude oil tanker. View on live map. That has not updated position for days, 4 days. So this ship, though, is currently being escorted by the U.S., the Dorina, according to oil tanker, Iranian oil tanker. This is an Iranian oil tanker that's currently being escorted by the U.S., according to the Washington Post. and the Savin is also an Iranian oil tanker. So the Washington Post is also reporting that the U.S. is escorting 2 Iranian oil tankers, the Savin and the Dorina. That had departed from Iran before the blockade. A U.S. official declined to say where the Dorina or Savin will be escorted. Hold on a moment here. So, according to the Washington Post, in addition to the Iranian cargo ship that the U.S. fired on and took over and seized on Sunday, they have now seized a vessel in the Indian Ocean suspected of smuggling oil and is escorting, and they're also now, U.S. destroyers are escorting 2 Iranian oil tankers that left Iran before the blockade. Buffalo says you mean confiscating, not escorting. Well, the story says escorting and not seizing, but I don't know where those ships are going to be escorted to. Oh, sorry. Let me get this off the screen here. So is the U.S. going to just seize more and more ships, Iranian ships, and ships connected to Iran in the coming days? What's going to happen with that? Austin Batman says the blockade operations have extended beyond the Gulf of Oman and Arabian Sea. How far will they go? Real quick, thanks so much to Miss Curvy for the memberships, the gift memberships. That's really nice of you, Miss Curvy. Thank you so much. Also, Kenneth Cunningham, our new member. Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you, TE88PFCR, for your support. TE88 says you can't criticize Trump for being weak on one hand and then criticize him for being a bully on the other. Come on, guys. Thanks, Jesus UCSB, for the memberships. So nice of you, Jesus. Thank you. And TE88 gave 5 more memberships. Thank you so much, TE88. And also, LARNCM gave 10 memberships. Huge. Thanks so much to LARNCM. I really appreciate that. And thanks, Jamie Clark, for the memberships. Please make sure you thank people if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. Thanks so much, Jamie Clark, for your support as well. Also, Michelle Asiavadi, thanks for the membership. Gabriel Morrow, thanks for your support. Thanks, Gabriel. Really appreciate it. Gabriel from Canada. And also Rich Stancliffe. I have heard nothing of this. Rich claims that there are rumors out of Saudi Arabia that the Revolutionary Guard placed Kalibaf, Pezeshkian, and Aragchi under house arrest. No, I haven't heard anything about that. Yes, we have heard from Aragchi today. Aragchi posted about 5 hours ago on his X account. So I haven't heard anything about this. I've heard literally no reports about it other than your post in the chat. If I hear anything about it, I'll let you know. Here's what the Foreign Minister Aragchi said today. Blockading Iranian ports is an act of war and thus a violation of the ceasefire. Striking a commercial vessel and taking its crew hostage is an even greater violation. Iran knows how to neutralize restrictions, how to defend its interests, and how to resist bullying. 002DO says they're mad. Thanks also TE88. I really appreciate it. TE88PFCR, who says they will continue to seize ships that violate the blockade. Also, Miss Curvy, thank you so much, who says make sense of what's going on in the waterways. It's a big mess. Thank you so much, Miss Curvy. I don't know what's coming next. I mean, we have President Trump extending the ceasefire, but at the same time, the U.S. is apparently seizing and escorting a bunch of Iranian ships and ships carrying Iranian oil. I don't know how Ron's going to react to all of this ship stuff. Remember, tanker trackers had reported today that an Iranian-flagged tanker with 2 million barrels of oil had been redirected back to Iran from the Arabian Sea. Sean Hayes says, all talk from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. So much hot air they could use balloons for an air force. I'm going to have to make some food shortly. PW360 said, I didn't see this. I guess PW360 said he was watching Fox News and Lucas Tomlinson said regional sources say they believe talks will happen Thursday. Well, we'll have to see. I mean, Iran had said repeatedly in state media that they're not going to negotiate while the blockade is on. So we'll have to see if that position changes. Daniel Lombard, our viewer, says, what happened to when President Trump said, no more Mr. Nice Guy? He is making this country look weak, says Daniel. Stephen Fraser says, I think Iran is playing games with the U.S. I hope it doesn't come back to bite them. So where is all this going? I have no idea. I do not know. Oh, by the way, let me just mention what's going on with the Virginia redistricting. So this is right here, guys. Look. Again, Virginia is voting today, a special election, whether to approve the redistricting, which would give Democrats likely 4 more seats in the U.S. House. And this is early, so I don't know. This is only 5% of the votes are in, and I mean, it's not uniform across Virginia. So we'll have to see. I'll keep checking on this as things play out. For what it's worth, the Kalshi odds right now are yes, 93.8% that yes will win. But I'll keep an eye on that. It's quite early. The polls just closed 15 minutes ago. Zachary Danini of VoteHub says initial returns are highly encouraging for yes. Zachary Danini is the head of data science at VoteHub, and he thinks that the initial returns are highly encouraging for yes. We should do a poll. We haven't done a poll yet. Thank you, Shaft, for the memberships. Hey, thanks, Shaft. Also, Will Smith. Will Smith thinks Trump was looking for an off-ramp exit to this war. Thanks also Sadie CB, who says infinite ceasefire cheat code. Thank you also Gabriel Morrow. I really appreciate it, Gabriel Morrow. Thank you. We should do a poll. What should our poll be? I mean, I don't even know. How about, will there be any more fighting in this war? Right? Because one option is that there's just eventually a deal. Make it interesting? You don't think that's interesting? Or how about, how long will the war continue? We'll do that one. You know, I know you can define a war different ways, but we're talking, you know, generally, I think people know what I'm talking about. How long will the war continue? I'm posting this right now. Do this poll. Because we haven't done one yet. Then I got to make some food. Okay, I think I finally have it posted. The poll is posted, and you guys are thinking about what to write, what to choose. You're thinking about it. Okay. Hey, thanks to Mara Scott. Mara Scott says, according to multiple news reports today, Ambassador Huckabee summoned back to White House for urgent consultations, making my theory of waiting on Israel more plausible regarding ceasefire. I think I did see some reporting on that. I don't know if that's just because, though, that, you know, the talks were falling apart. I'm not sure. N12 News had said, amid the developments with Iran, ambassador to Israel summoned back to Washington for talks at the White House. That's what N12 News Israel had said. I don't know if that definitely happened. N12 News Israel reported it. I can tell you that. Thank you, Mara Scott. Also, Antonetti. Thanks, Antonetti, who says, America already beat Iran. We got the regime changed. All the leaders are dead. Who else are we attacking? That's what Antonetti says. Thanks also Mathlete, who says there's a Doomsday plane up and an E-6B plane. The E-4B, we can talk about this later, but again, just remember, the Doomsday plane, which is designed to allow like the president or other top official to control the military and nuclear stuff, I believe, when it can't be done on the ground. Those regularly fly over the U.S. I feel like I should record a 5-minute thing about this. So just to be clear, if you hear that a doomsday plane is flying over the U.S., that's a regular occurrence. It doesn't mean that like a nuclear war is about to happen. I'm not saying that that's what Mathlete is saying. Mathlete is talking about 2 different planes. But again, we saw a doomsday plane flying yesterday over the U.S., but this is a regular occurrence. Okay, let's go to the poll. Thank you, Mathlete. I'll have to check the flight radar in shortly. Thank you, Mathlete. I appreciate it. All right, let's check the polling. Let's start with we'll start with Twitch actually. Let's start with Twitch for a change. Here's what Twitch says. How long will the war continue? Less than 2 weeks, 3%. 2 weeks to 1 month, 4%. 1 to 3 months, 18%. Longer than 3 months, 75%. Wow. That's a long time. Longer than 3 months. You know what I got to do really quick? Let me just check. Facebook says 75% on Facebook say longer than 3 months as well. 13% 1 to 3 months. 13% less than 2 weeks. And here's what YouTube says. By the way, regarding the planes, I follow all kinds of accounts that keep an eye on the flight radar. Nobody has said that they have noticed. I haven't seen a single post today where somebody said they noticed some sort of planes flying over the U.S. that they thought was super abnormal and revelatory. I'll let you know if I hear any of them say something. Okay, here is the poll from YouTube. We did a whole thing on the doomsday planes yesterday. YouTube, 53%, 52% say longer than 3 months. 22% say 1 to 3 months. 13, 2 weeks to a month. 12, less than 2 weeks. Longer than 3 months. Longer than 3 months, longer. This is how much longer it will go. Ghoul says 2.5 to 3 years? Thanks for voting in the poll, by the way. All right, so the leading vote getter in the poll is longer than 3 months more. Thanks to Uncle Ed's, who says, how long the war will last is the wrong question. Uncle D's. How long will the war last is a wrong question. How long will we be involved is a better question, says Uncle D's. Thank you. Excuse me. All right, I have to take 5 minutes and make some food. I have to. On Facebook, it ended up being 63% said longer than 63% on Facebook said longer than 3 months. All right. I'm going to take 5 minutes. Thanks to Java Jenkins on Twitch, by the way, and K Muzi on Twitch for your support. I'm going to take 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer because I got to eat something. Okay. Huh? Where's that from? Oh, I see. Steve will be back in around 5 minutes. I'll be back shortly, about 5 minutes or so, and then we'll continue our coverage. Thank you for your patience. I am making some food. Going to try to get some updates for you. I need to check here. Hang on, I'm checking a couple things here. I got to check Iranian media too. See what they're reporting. Ben Walton says, do you friends think Trump really isn't going to attack Iran? I'm not seeing any more official announcements from the Iranian government or even... Oh, this is interesting. This is kind of interesting from Tasneem. You know what? Give me 50. I'll show you this in 15 seconds. Hold on a second. Give me 15 seconds. Okay, this is from Iranian state media Tasneem about an hour ago, but I hadn't seen it. They say an official in the parliament, the opinion of the speaker's advisors does not necessarily indicate the speaker's position. Remember, we showed you after Trump came out and said, I'm extending the ceasefire until Iran sends a unified proposal with no time limit on the ceasefire. We showed you that there was a statement that was posted in Iranian state media from an advisor to the Speaker of Parliament. And the advisor, oops, you can't see it there. You'll see it in a second. The advisor said, the advisor to the Speaker of Parliament said, Trump's ceasefire extension means nothing. The losing side cannot dictate terms. The continuation of the siege, the blockade, is no different from bombardment and must be met with military response. Moreover, Trump's ceasefire extension is certainly a ploy to buy time for a surprise strike. The time for Iran to take the initiative has come. Now, that was just one advisor to the Speaker of Parliament. But that's Ghalibaf, who's the speaker. Now, this Tasneem says, an official in the parliament said the opinion of the speaker's advisors does not necessarily indicate the speaker's position. An official told Tasneem news agency, Mr. Ghalibaf, the speaker, has respected advisors from whom he always benefits. However, the announcement of the opinions of these advisors, which is their natural right, does not necessarily mean the announcement of the speaker's position. The speaker is one of the negotiators, one of the head negotiators for, I think maybe the head negotiator for Iran. He emphasized the statements of these respected advisors and some other people present at the negotiations regarding negotiations, ceasefire, etc., are personal statements and reflect the views of these people, and said the positions of Mr. Ghalibaf, the Speaker of Parliament, are announced through his official channels on social networks or in his personal conversations. So it's saying that statement of his advisor is not necessarily his statement, his belief. This map should be updating automatically. Yeah, so I don't know, like, I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't know if, like, we're just in for a long period of time of not many attacks in the Middle East and kind of waiting to see what happens, or something else. If you're wondering, here is the current vote total for the Virginia from DDHQ votes, the platform DDHQ votes, which now this says no, but the thing you have to keep in mind is where the vote's coming from. So there's 38% in. So this is a vote. This is the Virginia vote on whether to approve the redistricting, which would give Democrats about 4 more seats. And you might say, wow, it looks like no is totally winning. But the question is, where did the votes come in from and where are they remaining from? So I wonder if I can go back here and quickly show you something from this. So for example, I'm looking at where's remaining. A bunch of votes remaining in Arlington, this area, and it says green, which would be more yes votes. Anyways, we'll keep an eye on this. I'll see. Now, you can also see that the Kalshi, currently Kalshi says yes 99.5%. I'll try to look at what some elections analysts are saying about this, but oops, how do I get out of geography? I got to use and practice with this more. I just haven't been able. I haven't used this page that much. Margin, remaining, swing. I don't want geography anymore. I want the results. There we go. There we go. You can see there. So no is leading right now by like 9%, but I'm going to check. I'm going to check for some expert analysis on this. Give me about 15 seconds. Hold on. I could put that in the corner. You know that? Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll put it in the corner when I go up to when I go to eat. I might do that. But where is my? I follow some elections experts who are able to provide election analysis. Joe Szymanski with Elections Daily said he's about a minute ago it will be a win for yes, but he's projecting a 2 to 4 point win for yes. Anyways, I'll keep an eye on that. But maybe we can put it up on the screen while I am eating. What do you think about that idea? Give me a moment here. What if I do this? We can just leave it up there in the corner. So you guys can keep an eye on it while I'm eating. Okay. All right, I really need to eat something. I'm sorry about all the coughing, but I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go eat. And then if something urgent happens while I'm eating, I'll stop eating and rush in here. Otherwise, I will come back after I eat and we will do some more coverage and we'll take some more of your comments. I want to take some more of your comments, your thoughts about what's coming up now that President Trump has extended the ceasefire with no deadline. But I really need to eat something. So I really appreciate our moderators who are here too. Thank you so much to all of them. You guys are awesome. We have, just to name our mods here, over on Twitch right now. Good luck, Doc LB Prairie, Don Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3. Huge thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X moderate for us there. Kay Larry Body is moderating right now. Thank you, Kay, on Facebook. All of our YouTube mods too. Beth Mythical and Ruth over there. Thank you. All right. So let me eat something. And then we'll come back and give you some more updates and hear more from you. And what I'm going to do, Steve is taking a meal break. He'll be back shortly. Steve D27 thinks Iran Revolutionary Guard will attack after the original ceasefire ends. Okay, so let me go eat. Again, if something really urgent happens, I can come right back in here. Otherwise, I'll see you after I eat. We'll see you in a little bit. All right, we're back now. Thanks for your patience. You can see that the race got closer in Virginia, and it is predicted that, oh, did DDHQ call it? I think DDHQ called the race in Virginia. Sorry. Yes, DDHQ called the race in Virginia. DDHQ, Decision Desk HQ, projects the Virginia congressional redistricting referendum will pass. While no currently has the lead, based on the location and size of the remaining vote, we will, yes, will take the lead as soon as the remaining counties report. So, again, that is expected to result in 4 additional U.S. Congress representatives from the Democratic Party. All right, so we were. I'll leave the vote up there, but just wanted to let you know about that. Okay. You know, I also saw something. Zemi Void says Trump looking weak. I also saw something. I saw a story from Financial Times about Lufthansa. The Financial Times reports that Lufthansa is canceling 20,000 flights through October, I think it is, due to increased fuel prices. Here, look. Lufthansa. Get rid of this for a second. Now, they say optimizes flight offering in summer across all 6 hubs. Reductions through October affect 20,000 flights, resulting in jet fuel savings of more than 40,000 metric tons. "20,000 short-haul flights will be removed from the schedule through October, equivalent to approximately 40,000 metric tons of jet fuel, the price of which has doubled since the outbreak of the Iran conflict." And Financial Times said in their report, hang on a moment. Where is it here? They said that this is the Lufthansa cut of 20,000 flights is one of the largest cuts by global airlines as jet fuel prices double following the Iran war. Oh, Trump posted again. Hey, thanks, Bradley Moore. Breaking update. Trump posted again. Let's see what Trump says. Thanks, Bradley Moore. Guys, look, 2 minutes ago, it's Trump. Iran doesn't want the Strait of Hormuz closed. They want it open so they can make $500 million a day, which is therefore what they are losing if it's closed. They only say they want it closed because I have it totally blockaded, so they merely want to save face. People approached me 4 days ago saying, "Sir, Iran wants to open up the strait immediately. But if we do that, there can never be a deal with Iran unless we blow up the rest of their country, their leaders included." And again, for the sake of clarity, the U.S. is blockading Iran, not this whole Strait of Hormuz, but blockading Iran from ships from going in or out of Iran. Iran is blocking the Strait of Hormuz in the sense of they're only letting certain ships go through. They would let their own ships go through, but those ships are subject to the U.S. blockade of Iran. He says, people approached me 4 days ago saying, "Sir, Iran wants to open up the strait immediately. But if we do that, there can never be a deal with Iran unless we blow up the rest of their country, their leaders included." It sounds like he's saying if we lift the blockade, there cannot be a deal with Iran. Anyways, I'll let you parse if you want to get, I'm not going to get into the details of parsing all of this. I'll let you decide what you think about it. Davina says, it is bizarre. Are wars always like this? Mahmoudou says Iran is just buying time to get more weapons. It is true, as President Trump says, it is true that they can't sell their oil like they normally would be able to, like they were able to the first part of the war, because they can't ship it out. Yeah, I think what he's saying is something like we have to keep the blockade on so that there's a deal. So that we get a deal. I think that's what he's saying. But there's this question of what Iran thinks about all this. So Iran might think that, yeah, it's costing us money, but it'll there'll be more economic pressure every day that goes by on the U.S. and the West, which may be true. I mean, you have to assume that Iran and the U.S. are both doing what they think is in their own interests. Yes, this was posted 7 minutes ago. See, it says 7 minutes. Well, probably about 15 minutes ago now. Actually, it might be updating live. I think it was about 8, yeah, that's live. So it was 8 minutes ago. It's from 8 minutes ago. Maybe he'll post again. Michelle Batten says it's costing the U.S. money to have the troops there. Oh, hold on. I mean, the stuff about when he at the beginning is a little confusing. I mean, what Iran wants the Strait of Hormuz to be controlled by them. So technically it's open, but they can control who goes through and can charge who goes through. They've said that repeatedly. That's what they want long term. And again, the U.S. has not closed the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. has blockaded Iran. The blockade is on ships going into and out of Iran and other ships helping Iran. I wonder if he might post again. Virginia Asher says Iran does not own the strait. Under international law, any country's ships are supposed to be able to go through there. But Iran has made it, by attacking ships in the strait, they've made it that ships will not go through there because they're scared to go through. Absurd Nihilism says, do people really believe Iran can outlast the entire world in an economic war? Past MG says, I mean, this is better than shooting rockets, than negotiations. BMX Kane says he's probably going to get frustrated as the deal is not going to happen. Iran won't simply comply to demands. By the way, quick thanks to Hell of a Time for your support. I want to learn about these dark flights I was reading about, switching off transponders of Chinese cargo planes that land daily in Iran. I know nothing about this. I'm not saying it's not happening. I know nothing about dark planes switching off to transponders landing daily in Iran from China. I just haven't read anything about it during the war. Again, I'm not saying it's not happening. Thank you so much. Hell of a time. I appreciate it. Who knows what's happening with stuff that might get smuggled into or out of Iran? There was, I'm seeing 4 days ago. I don't even know where this is coming from. I see an article from 4 days ago in India Today that says somebody online claimed, this sounds like from what the India Today article says, it talks about a post on X claiming that 4 Chinese cargo planes days ago switched off their transponders and landed in Iran. But there's no sourcing from it. I don't know where this report... The India Today article mentions the Post Online. The Post Online doesn't at all say where they got this information from. And it's not from a news outlet or a reporter. So again, that's the best I can say is it's like somebody said it on X, but I don't know where the original report came from. I would have to look into it and see if there's more to it, but I'm not going to do that right now. If you want to, you can look into it. Thank you, hell of a time. Thank you also, TE88PFCR, who thinks Trump is 5 steps ahead. Thank you so much for your support, TE88PFCR, for all your support. Really appreciate it. Also, Bradley Moore, thanks for letting me know Trump had posted and for your support. Bradley Moore, James Oakes gave 5 people memberships. Thank you, James Oakes. Very nice of you. James says, I say forget a ceasefire. Again, thank you, TE88 as well, again, for all your support. Neutrals Inc. says, won't China become very angry with the U.S. for the closure because they cannot get their Iranian oil? I don't know. I don't have a good sense of how upset China is about not being able to get their oil from Iran that they normally would get. It's a good question. They don't approve of the blockade. I believe we read commentary for them. But as to how big a deal it is there, I don't know. I know we've read you some quotes from their government before. Here's an example of something from their government. This is from 2 days ago. Oops. Let's get rid of that. This is from 2 days ago. Kind of hard to see, but turn this off. Reuters asked the Chinese Foreign Ministry, the U.S. has seized an Iranian cargo ship that was traveling from China. Iran is about to retaliate to what it says armed piracy by the U.S. Iran has said it would not participate in the second round of negotiations. Does China have any remarks on the seized ship, the Iranian cargo ship that was traveling from China that was seized on Sunday? What was it carrying? Also, does China have any comment about the ceasefire that seems to be breaking down? China, on your first question, the situation in the Strait of Hormuz is fragile and complex. We are concerned over the U.S.'s forcible interception of the vessel and hope that relevant parties will honor the ceasefire agreement in a responsible manner, avoiding aggravating disputes and escalating tensions, and provide necessary conditions for the restoration of normal passage through the strait. On your second question, the current regional stage situation is at a critical stage of whether the conflict could end or not. Now that the window for peace has been opened, favorable conditions need to be created and end the conflict at an early date. China supports relevant sides to maintain the momentum of ceasefire negotiation and on the spirit of President Xi Jinping's 4-point proposition, continue to promote de-escalation and play a constructive role for bringing lasting peace and stability to the Middle East. They seem to want the conflict to stop from their comments. It is 4:25 a.m. Iran time, by the way. Again, President Trump today, as the time was ticking down to the ceasefire ending, said he was extending the ceasefire until Iran submits a unified proposal and discussions are concluded, with no specific time deadline on it. What do you guys think is going to happen? No, President Trump has extended the ceasefire. It was going to end at 7:50 Eastern time, according to Pakistan. Arenas says Trump has something up his sleeve. Where do you guys think this is going? Yes, as Davina says, there is no timer set for now. No specific time for now. Jennifer Smith says coup inside Iran. Chief Hung says Iran will do something stupid. Connor says Iran won't back down and Trump will have to put more pressure on them. QWE says surprise attack by whom? Did Iran agree to it? This was pronounced by the U.S. Iranian media said this was pronounced by President Trump without Iranian input. No, it is false. People in our chat keep saying the IRGC says they rejected the ceasefire extension. I didn't see that anywhere. I never saw that specific statement. I've read you several different statements that I've seen from different people, and one from the military, but I never saw a statement that say we reject the ceasefire extending. I don't know, what would that mean? If they say we reject the ceasefire extending, would that mean that they're just going to start attacking the U.S.? Is that what they're saying? Anyways, I've seen no such statement. Iran has repeatedly said in the last several days that they already feel that the U.S. violated the ceasefire because of the blockade. The foreign minister of Iran literally said today, before Trump extended the ceasefire, the foreign minister of Iran said that the blockade violated the ceasefire, and that seizing the Iranian ship violated the ceasefire. This is from 6 hours ago. Foreign Minister. Blockading Iranian ports is an act of war and that's a violation of the ceasefire. Striking a commercial vessel and taking its crew hostage is an even greater violation. So, I mean, Iran already thought that the U.S. was violating the ceasefire. So it seems like Iran thinks that the ceasefire is just, it's not really in place because they think it's being violated. So it's kind of weird to say that they reject the extension of the ceasefire in the sense of they already thought that the U.S. wasn't sticking to the ceasefire. Glue Taster says it's literally all over X. Iran has literally said the blockade is a violation and they will break it. So the Iranian government has literally said that? Are you sure that the Iranian government literally said that? I mean, I've seen individual people in Iran say things. Are you sure? Because I have not seen the literal Iranian government pronunciation saying this. You might be seeing some people. Is it possible that maybe some people have? It's like a game of telephone where they misinterpret what they see, and then they type something on X, and it's not exactly what happened. There hasn't even been a statement from the Speaker of Parliament. Neither the Speaker of Parliament nor the Foreign Minister, who are two of the chief negotiators with the U.S., has said anything about this. The Supreme Leader has said nothing about it. I mean, there's this whole other question, which is there's no, I mean, at this point, there doesn't seem to be any one unified voice coming from the government anyway. So I don't even know when you say that Iran has literally said this. I mean, there's no like Iran government official social media account that's seen as like that's the one voice. I mean, there's lots of reporting suggesting that there's a kind of a struggle for control of power or multiple different people and groups vying for power in Iran. Any report to the Fox report of a coup in the works of Iran? I'm not aware that Fox has actually reported this. I saw a couple of people, once again, a couple of people online claiming that people people like Ghalibaf and Aragchi were under house arrest. They did not source this claim at all. I mean, do you see the pattern here? Are you guys seeing this pattern? Random accounts that are not news agencies or journalists who would be in a position maybe to know post something on social media, some kind of bold claim about what's going on, and then it gets repeated. And then eventually what you hear is people saying it's being reported online. Well, it's like, well, no, what's happening is some people are claiming this online. There's no actual original sourcing for this. So I mean, it's a rumor. It's a rumor. I mean, we keep doing this again and again and again with different stories, and I'm fine with saying there's a rumor. It's interesting to talk about, but it's one thing to say it's a rumor. It's another thing to say that it's being reported by major news outlets or that the government is saying it. Those are different things. But again, just because somebody says it on social media does not make it more likely to be true. Now, it could turn out it's true. I don't know. I'm not telling you it's false. I'm just saying I've seen nothing about any of these stories that goes beyond social media rumor. And this happens so many, probably every story, most stories we cover, many stories we cover, this happens again and again and again and again and again, the exact same thing. And the vast majority of time, the story turns out to be false. But I'll certainly let you know what I hear. I'd have to watch this. Danielle sent me a Jesse Waters video. I haven't watched the video. There's something in the tweet that doesn't seem to be in the video. In the post, doesn't seem to be in the video. Is it even in the video, the thing in the post? I'm on the Fox News website. Fox News says Fox News reported something from Iran International. Iran International is a news outlet which I believe is funded by Saudi Arabia, which operates out of the UK. They're not fans of the regime. And Fox News on their website said that Iran International, so this isn't Fox News reporting it. They're saying Iran International claimed that the IRGC has blocked President Pezeshkian's presidential appointments and has erected a security cordon around Mojtaba Khamenei. And the report claimed that the IRGC effectively assumed control over key state functions. Could be true. I don't know. That's not Fox News reporting it. They're quoting Iran International. I'm not saying Iran International is false, but again, it's a Saudi-funded news outlet that reports on Iran that is not supportive of the regime, that operates out of the UK. Okay. By the way, thanks to Mika Jackson for being a member. Thank you, Mika. Oh, thank you, Hell of a Time, who used to be Mercado, I think Mercado 91. Thank you. Hell of a time for your support. I appreciate it. Also, TE88PFCR, thank you so much for all your support. Also, Nashinas26, who thinks Iran will attack when the original ceasefire ends. They have not agreed to the new ceasefire by Trump. They have repeatedly said that the blockage by the U.S. is against the ceasefire. That's what Nashinas thinks. Again, Pakistan said that the ceasefire ended tonight at 7:50 Eastern time. That's what Pakistan said. President Trump was saying it was tomorrow. Sorry, some people have been sending me some things, so I'm trying to look through some of the stuff people have been sending. Hold on a moment here. Chris Creus, our viewer, says, this is a country of 90 million people, a people with a long history who have fought against many world powers over thousands and thousands of years. Does the U.S. government think this time will be different? Now, someone might say in response that all 90 million people don't support the current regime. But at the same time, I mean, we'll have to see. This is a country that has, in the past, weathered the regime. It's a regime that in the past has weathered some very trying circumstances. Noel thinks there is major chaos in Iran. Mr. Syphex says they're just buying time. Snarf says, I think Iran is really good at troublemaking. I have President Trump's schedule for tomorrow, by the way. I like to show that. You can see that yes is now moving ahead in over there in I'm sorry, did I not show you how many votes were in? That's what I should have done. Hold on. In Virginia. There. Oh, I'm sorry. You can't even see this. That was my fault. I didn't realize you couldn't see the percentage of votes that were in. So just so you can see it here, 94.7% of the votes are in now. Yes is going to win. In the Virginia redistricting vote, approval vote, which will result in anticipated four additional Democratic seats in Congress. Yeah, as G Slayer says, 10-1. I believe you're right about that. I believe it'll end up being 10-1 there, if I remember right. Yeah, 10-1. It was 6-5 in Virginia for House representatives, and it's expected to be 10-1. John Rocker has said IRGC has taken parliament members and arrested them. Again, it's just like, where is this stuff coming from? You know, I mean, I don't know what's happened, but it's just all these rumors. Oh, here is President Trump's schedule for tomorrow. I'm going to show you the schedule. Here it is, coming up right now. Here is President Trump's schedule. I haven't even looked at it myself. Okay, we have 9 o'clock executive time. He often has that in the morning. 8 o'clock executive time. 10 o'clock meeting with the Social Security Administration Commissioner. 12:30 policy meeting. 2:30 policy meeting. 5:30 policy meeting. That is it. Mr. Richard Belding says, I love rumors. Kevin Melb says, Fox claiming Ayatollah under house arrest by IRCG. Again, Fox News is not claiming that. If you go to the Fox News website, like we did 10 minutes ago on this channel, you will see that Fox is saying something not exactly that, is being reported by Iran International, which is a Saudi-funded news outlet in the UK. Again, it's just like, you need to actually read the story. Just because a certain headline appears on a certain outlet site does not mean that that site is reporting it. They could just be saying, well, somebody else is reporting it. It's not just a Fox thing. All kinds of news outlets do this all the time. You need to actually read the report. Also, it doesn't say, that report on Fox News, that the person's under house arrest. MTBR Mama says, Hannity saying a ceasefire extension in Iran will be short-lived unless a deal is reached quickly. I don't think anyone knows what's going to happen right now. The longer this goes, yes, Iran will lose money from not selling its oil, but the effects of the oil shortage on the rest of the world will get worse over time because the strait is still effectively closed. And that's just if things stay the same. But who knows? Things could change. I don't know if Iran and the US know what's going to happen. They may be looking at each other every day and trying to fit and deciding every day anew what their strategy is. Oh, our viewer DJ Saltlick mentioned fertilizer. There was actually an interesting thing in the Financial Times about that today. The Financial Times said that disruption to energy flows through the Strait of Hormuz is worsening the risk of a global food shock. They say that there's reduced LNG going through the Strait of Hormuz, and that has caused declines in factory production that use that gas, particularly fertilizer plants. The head of LNG at Vital told a FT Commodity Summit that this is not sustainable, or the energy crisis will become a food crisis, warning of reduced fertilizer availability. There's another person the Financial Times talks to in this article that talks about how the price of grain shipping, some grain routes have the cost of shipping on them have gone up by 50 to 60%. And they interviewed a chief risk officer at one of the world's largest agricultural trading houses who said that basically the market had not priced in a longer dislocation, the agricultural trading market. The headline, if you want to read it at Financial Times, is Hormuz disruption raises risk of global food shock, traders warn. World on borrowed time to avert crisis as higher gas prices squeeze fertilizer production. Now, things like this are why Iran might think they can wait it out in spite of losing oil income. I'm assuming if Iran is waiting it out, they think that the pain that will be caused to the rest of the world will be worse, that the rest of the world will have less tolerance for that pain than they will have for the pain of not being able to sell their oil and, have ships coming in and out of Iran. Now, you might not agree with that assessment, but they're probably thinking something like that. CC says, I'm growing my own beans and tomatoes. Connor says, who will blink first? Brent oil, it's interesting. It had been about 100, and then back on, I think it was last Friday, when President Trump said that, Iran had agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz, and he was posting all that stuff about what Iran had agreed to. And then also there was that one post from the foreign minister at the start of the day that said Iran was opening the strait, although I think it was interpreted too liberally by a lot of people. But anyways, that day, Brent oil went down to about 87 from about 100 or high 90s. But now it's back up to about 98. So Brent oil price is about where it was. It's about back up to where it was before Friday, when Trump was posting all that stuff about how Iran had agreed to everything and the Hormuz crisis was over and the Hormuz situation was done and Iran had agreed to a deal. And had agreed to all these things. Similarly, WTI US crude. Similar. That was about 93 or so. Then last Friday, it dropped to like 82 or 81. And now it's around 89. It's not quite all the way back up. I don't even know. I mean, we'll get to the point where the market doesn't just starts not reacting as much anymore. Because there's been all this like, it's going to be done soon. And then it's like it goes down. And then it doesn't, then it's not done and it goes back up. And at a certain point, we'll get to the point where, it's going to be done soon and it just doesn't really go down. The Wall Street Journal has a report, and it says that President Trump was weighing options during the day. The Wall Street Journal claims that Trump was told the Iranian government is not unified and hardline factions don't want to bend to Trump's demands. The Journal says that Trump asked about resuming the bombing campaign, but seemed cautious about restarting hostilities. The Journal calls it a high-stakes game of chicken. They also say, the Journal, that in Pakistan, where these talks were supposed to happen this week that are not happening now, the authorities requisitioned 3 luxury hotels. But now the talks aren't going to be there. Our viewer Fletcher thinks the IRGC is milking it again. We need to get another deadline. No timeline deadline right now. No time deadline, guys. You know, we talked about how Lufthansa, the airline, canceled 20,000 flights going, I think, to October because of the higher fuel costs, as was reported by the Financial Times. We also read the Lufthansa statement on that. AP says that in a sign of the conflict's ongoing repercussions for travel, Air Canada said Friday it planned to suspend its service to New York's JFK International Airport from June 1st to October 25th to lower its fuel costs. Other airlines, ranging from U.S. carriers like United and Delta to Air France, KLM, SAS, Philippine Airlines, and Cathay Pacific in Europe and Asia, have reduced routes and either increased ticket prices or said they would hike them if the war keeps oil from passing through the Strait of Hormuz. The head of the International Energy Agency has warned that European countries could run low on jet fuel within weeks, forcing the continent's airlines and carriers that fly to Europe to significantly reduce flights. Many airlines have already raised check bag fees or added fuel surcharge as the price of global jet fuel increased from about $99 per barrel at the end of February to as high as $209 a barrel at the beginning of April. I mean, it might be that the U.S. plan is just, hey, let's keep the blockade on, and then eventually Iran will give in because they're not making money selling oil. But what if they don't give in? How long does that last for? Beats me. Pan says this is like Game of Thrones on steroids. Sunshine says we're already using reserves. TM816 says economic war. Sararmar thinks Iran is winning. Trump demanding things from them is hilarious. Zleon thinks Iran has a larger pain threshold. Noel says, I don't think Trump will announce the timeline. Look, President Trump could also, I mean, we know this. He could tomorrow post on Truth Social, that's it, I'm giving Iran a 72-hour deadline, right? I mean, things can change from day to day, as we know from today when he said he was extending the ceasefire. By the way, thanks so much to Pig Alley Marshall for the memberships. Thanks, Pig Alley Marshall. Also, shout out to our moderators. We have moderating right now. Oops, I'll tell you in a second who we have moderating. Good luck, Duck, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah on Twitch. Big thank you. K. Larry Body over there on Facebook. Shannon Davis Hughes. Paul Anderson, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry Misha on X, moderate for us there. Beth, Mythical, and Ruth over on YouTube. Thanks for modding. You know, technically, I don't even know if Iran is bound by this, right? I mean, a ceasefire is something that's agreed to by two sides. Two or more sides agree to a ceasefire. So Trump just came out today and say, I'm extending the ceasefire. We're not aware that Iran ever agreed to such a thing. So technically, there's no ceasefire. I mean, because that's what it is. It's when multiple countries agree to something. Now, what you have now is the U.S. saying, well, we're gonna respect this ceasefire, which, by the way, Iran doesn't actually think they're expecting, indefinitely. So, but technically speaking, there isn't a ceasefire because it's not been agreed to by both sides. So if Iran were to launch some sort of attack, I'm not saying they will, but technically they're not breaking the ceasefire because they never agreed to anything. Mad Mike says Iran isn't firing, U.S. isn't firing, de facto ceasefire. Somewhat says it's a bombing pause. Yo-Yo says, could Iran threat of new force be closing Red Sea? Look, we've been wondering that for weeks. Thank you, Yo-Yo, by the way. I appreciate it. It's been wondered for weeks whether the Houthis would, on the behalf of Iran, start attacking shipping in the Red Sea. It would be a huge deal. It hasn't happened yet. I have no insight on whether that might happen. It could happen in theory, but how likely it is, I don't know. Personally, I think it could be something that Iran is, if they have the ability to make it happen, that they would save that for when for some kind of huge emergency, if they really, really needed it. But I don't know. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. Mitchell Pilot thinks Trump has shot himself in the foot with the overselling of hard lines just for him to back down at the last minute. I don't know if at this point, I can't tell you what Iran thinks. It sounds like Mitchell Pilot, thanks Mitchell Pilot, thinks that Iran will not take Trump's threats as seriously anymore. Thank you, Indiana Bushflower. It's a bit off topic, Indiana, who said, why does the Israeli IDF smash Christian symbols? Well, there was a soldier who did it, and that soldier has now been suspended from the Israeli military. I don't want to get too down that road because it's a bit off topic, but the IDF said earlier today, findings and conclusions of the inquiry into the conduct of an IDF soldier who damaged a Christian symbol in southern Lebanon. An IDF soldier damaged a Christian religious symbol while another soldier photographed the act. 6 additional soldiers were present at the scene, did not act to stop the incident or report it. The soldiers' conduct completely deviated from IDF orders and values. IDF expresses regret. It was decided that the soldier who damaged the Christian symbol and the soldier who photographed the act will be removed from combat duty and will receive 30 days. Well, actually, so they weren't just suspended for 30 days. 30 days of military detention and removed from combat duty. The remaining troops who stood by have been summoned for clarification discussions that will be held later on, after which further command level measures will be determined. Thank you, Indiana Bushflower, and also Spin City News, our member. Thank you, Spin City News. And Sparky Jean. Sparky Jean thinks all petroleum byproducts will be in a shortage. This will impact medical diagnosis and treatment as well. Doesn't look like news is slowing down anytime soon. Thank you so much, Sparky Jean. Alien Peace Star. I did not know that, Alien Peace Star. Without saying too much in case people are recording things, but Victor Wembanyama had to leave the game earlier due to an injury. I hope he's okay. Ooh, not good. Michelle says, I got that alert on my ESPN app. Outstanding Oddities Music says U.S. can strike at any time now. It would be a bit odd, though, if President Trump said he's extending the ceasefire and then suddenly the U.S. struck. Wouldn't that be a bit odd? Just blame Israel, says Lala Bear. Hmm. CJC Freedom says Trump has ceased to fire. Bloomberg, in their article today, interviewed someone at the Middle East Institute who specializes in Iran, who thought that Trump actually does not want a return to combat. And also this person, Alex Vatanka, thought that that Trump thought that just, as he said it, shouting louder and louder at the Iranians would make them do something. But this expert said, this is not going to work with this regime. Pressure works much better quietly than publicly. You know, I do wonder, when we heard on Sunday that the U.S., remember on Sunday we covered this, where there was supposed to be talks, but then it came out Sunday that the U.S. had fired at and attacked and then taken over an Iran container ship, right? I said, one of the first things I said is this going to, this, I wasn't the only one saying this, by the way. Certainly I was not the only one saying this, but could this impact whether the talks happen? There, when this happened. And you know, and they came out with video of it, and it's just like, I don't know, maybe they wouldn't have happened anyway. But if you're Iran and the U.S. just attacks your ship and takes your ship over, you might think it looks pretty weak to just the next day go. I mean, this was the day before the talks were supposed to happen. You might think it would look pretty weak to just kind of ignore it and just show up at the talks. So I don't know if if this hadn't happened, I don't know, maybe the talks still would have not taken place. I don't think this helped, for whatever it's worth. Remember this.
Motor vessel Tosca. Motor vessel Tosca. Vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Okay, we gave the flare. Now we're getting. Be ready.
That was Sunday. So I don't know. I think it's a bit of a tough ask if that happens on Sunday and you're asking them to show up to the peace talks on Monday. But maybe they wouldn't have happened anyway. We still haven't seen photos or videos of the actual damage. I'd be interested in seeing that. But again, President Trump said they blew a hole in the engine room. That was a container ship. It's not clear what it was carrying. There's some reporting claiming that it may have been carrying dual-use components. It had reportedly been in China. But I don't know. We don't have a detailed accounting of what was on that ship. I don't even know if there were injuries in that incident. Missouri Mahler says the ship is confirmed to have had rocket fuel precursors inbound from China. I haven't seen any confirmation. I've seen some articles that have, sources that are not named claim it. Also, if you're talking about dual-use rocket fuel precursors, you could be talking about something that has a civilian use and also a military use. Thank you, Missouri Mahler, by the way. I appreciate that very much. Missouri Mahler 1. Also, thank you, Hell of a Time, who says Gulf states putting a little pressure on U.S. about attacks due to their desalination plants being hit. I mean, that hasn't happened in weeks. There have been a few of them, I think, that were hit. I'm not aware of any kind of serious systematic damage to the desalination plants. I know it's a concern, certainly a big concern. But again, I'm not aware of anything more on that front for weeks. But obviously, this is obviously severely impacting Gulf states. A number of them have had huge damage to their energy infrastructure. Also, tourism is going to be way down in these places. Some really major airports in these areas, traffic way down, or they're not operating. Although maybe they're operating now at this point, I'm not sure. But so I'm sure the neighboring states would love to get this over with and back to no war situation. Thanks, Hell of a Time. I appreciate it. This is interesting. This is an article from like a week ago. Iran conflict shrinks UAE mall sales. Sales of Europe's biggest luxury brands have shrunk in Dubai and Abu Dhabi as the conflict hit the sector's fastest growing market in the latest setback for the $400 billion industry whose value has contracted over the last 3 years. Luxury brands in March reported sales drops of 30 to 50% at the Mall of the Emirates, one of Dubai's largest. Footfall at the Mall of the Emirates, home to luxury boutiques, dropped by 15% in March. Traffic at the larger Dubai Mall, which is more popular with tourists, was down around 50%. Then the Wall Street Journal claimed a couple days ago that the UAE asks U.S. about wartime financial lifeline. Emirati officials speak with Treasury Secretary Bessent about accessing dollars if Middle East conflict drags on. The journal said the talks highlighted UAE's concern that the war could inflict major damage on its economy and its position as a global financial hub, depleting its foreign reserves and scaring away investors who once saw it as a stable and secure place for their money. You can read about that at the Wall Street Journal. I think the UAE said something in denial of this, but anyways. Yeah, UAE, Reuters reported that the UAE, where is it here? Oh no, the UAE Foreign Affairs Office denied that report in the journal. Where is it here? Maybe I can find the post where they posted about it. Anyways, Reuters said that the UAE Foreign Affairs Office denied the Wall Street Journal report, saying that the Strait, releasing a statement saying the Strait cannot be subject to disruption or coercion by any state. Oh no, I'm sorry. That was a different thing that was a different denial. Forget that I said that that Reuters said they denied it, because that was a different story. The Wall Street Journal did report that the UAE had, again, asked the U.S. about a wartime financial lifeline. But I believe that the Wall Street Journal I believe the UAE denied that. But I don't have the actual article about that. Mr. Danny said, did Trump just give Iran an infinite ceasefire? Canada Steve thinks Trump wants to move on to the next war with Cuba. Fantasy says, anyone thinking the Middle East is a stable place to keep money is delusional. Our viewer FKLD thinks bypass pipelines to the Strait of Hormuz will be coming within 2 years. I don't know if they can be built within 2 years. There's also a question of whether Iran might try to attack them. That's a different question. But I've certainly heard a number of experts think in the future years there might be infrastructure projects undertaken to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. Julio thinks Trump is putting a chokehold on Iran with the blockade. This tactic works better than blowing up bridges and power plants. You know what? Give me just 1 minute here. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back in 1 minute. I'm going to do a quick check here to see if there are any current big updates. As I said, I don't know where this is all going. What's going to happen the next few days? We don't even have a deadline the next few days. I don't even know. This might be the first time we don't have either fighting or a deadline in this war. I don't know what's going to happen. Oh, hold on a second. I just saw something. Hold on. What is this? Iran state media says that meaningful message from the Iranian aerospace commander. I'm guessing that's like who responsible for the missiles and drones. The commander of the aerospace force of the Revolutionary Guard said, sternly warned its southern neighbors, if your geography and facilities are used in the service of enemies to attack the Iranian nation, you must say goodbye to oil production in the Middle East. This warning comes at a time when some Persian Gulf countries have allowed Iran's enemies to use their territory, and now if this support continues, their economic lifeblood will be at serious risk. This time, the Islamic Republican Armed Forces, I think its bank of targets, has targeted the heart of its neighbors' economies going beyond military installations. I think what they're doing is they're threatening these facilities. UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain. And they're saying they're going to target this stuff. I think that's what they're, if I'm reading this right. Like here they say Kuwait, the targeting of which would mean cutting off the main artery of Kuwait's oil exports. Saudi Arabia, Ghawar, the world's largest onshore oil field, and Abqaiq, the world's largest crude processing, oil processing and stabilization facility. So they're just, again, it's this threat. It's this threat to attack these major energy targets. They've already attacked some major energy targets, but you can just, just to pass this along. Space Turkey says, seems like a middle school recess trash talk social media battle. I don't know if they've attempted all these targets. It's a good question. I don't know. They've already hit the Ras Laffan gas complex in Qatar. Maybe they're saying they could hit it more. I think when they say aerospace force, they mean things like missiles and drones. Yes, Wikipedia says the aerospace force is responsible for the missiles. Ballistic, it's for missiles, it says. I don't know if it's responsible for drones. You know what I think? Here's what I think. I think since I am still sick and trying to get better, it might not be the worst idea, since I don't have a lot going on new right now, to maybe start wrapping the stream up and get some rest. Who knows what's going to happen coming up? There could be something that happens later tonight where we have to come back on the air. But I think it might be the right time right now. I do. But I'll certainly keep an eye on what's going on. And I know I sound like a broken record, but I honestly don't know what's going to happen the next few days. Is the next few days going to be quiet? What's going to happen the next few days? I have no idea. By the way, this weekend, I have this big college reunion thing like this, like once every 20 years kind of college reunion thing. So I'm probably going to be there a bunch during the weekend. Hopefully it works out okay with the news stuff. But it's possible that not much will be going on with this, or it's possible that a lot will be going on. We'll have to just see. Everything all at once. Anyways, but we're going to have more coverage from you. And again, if I see tonight that something's going on big, we can come back on and do more coverage. But I really appreciate everybody being here for the live stream. And I really appreciate people letting me read your comments on the air, sending me news updates, writing in, asking questions, participating in the chat. So thank you for joining us. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens next. We'll just have to see what happens next. If you want, subscribe, follow the channel Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Agenda Free TV, and I would suggest strongly turning on the notifications, because you never know when we're going to pop on the air for breaking news. If you don't want to miss a stream, you can turn on the notifications. It's free. It's our own notification system. Works really great. Get sent a notification before we go live every time. So I would suggest doing that if you haven't done it already. To turn on the notifications, the mods will post a link in the chat for that. Hang on a moment here. By the way, it's kind of sad. Can I show you this real quick? I actually have 2 shots from Islamabad because I think that the news agencies assumed that there were going to be talks going on. So they planned to have these shots of Islamabad. But now I just have these shots from Islamabad that we're not going to really be using because... Whoa. That we're not going to be using because there's nothing going on. Hold on, I'll show you. I'll show you. If you give me a sec. Look, it's Islamabad, Pakistan. That's Islamabad. That's not Iran. That is Islamabad. Where's my thing here? Maybe there would have been a checkpoint there before. No checkpoint now. We might have been looking at a big checkpoint if the talks were going on. That's their national mosque, I believe. We've talked about that before. The Faisal Mosque, the national mosque of Pakistan. And then I'll show you the other live shot I have of Islamabad. We could have been covering it. If there were talks, we would have been live and covering the talks and talking about Islamabad. It's kind of sad, actually. What might have been, guys. But it is, oh, look at this one. Remember this shot? Look at this one. Look at this one. Not that one. We need, where is it here? It's this one. Oh, hold on. Remember this one? Hold on, we gotta do this here. Why is this all weird? This is kind of weird. Let's get this full. Remember that one? Why is this kind of strange here? Let's see. Oh, I know what's going on. We can do that. There we go. Oh, hold on. Anyways, remember that shot. Better time, says Dorm Machine. I remember this shot. Actually, hold on. Let me just fix that. So I gotta get that better for you. I see what's happening there. Here, you'll see it now. No, not there. Remember that, Islamabad? Well, it's sad. Sad, guys. Nope, no peace talks today. We could have been covering peace talks, but no peace talks today. By the way, thanks to Josh Barnes. Josh thinks Trump is slowing things down so he can claim the war is over to save face since he said it would only last 4 to 6 weeks. Wow, that's what Josh says. Thank you, Josh, for your support. Thanks to Big Dog Gaming. You know what I did? I didn't thank Big Dog Gaming, and I didn't thank TechSlug. TechSlug gave 5 gift subs on Twitch. Very nice of TechSlug. Also, thanks Mr. Satnav for the support. And Yumi Bong over there on Twitch. I forgot to thank them. That was my fault. That was my fault. I dropped the ball on thanking them. Appreciate it, Mr. Satnav. Thanks for the bits on Twitch, and Yumi Bong for subscribing. We need to start wrapping this up. Anyways, maybe one day we'll actually be covering peace talks from Pakistan again. So again, you can turn, as we look at Pakistan, where the peace talks are not happening. Again, I would suggest turn on the notification for the channel. The mods will post a link to the notifications, the free notifications in the chat. And huge thanks to our moderators. They are awesome. They are why we can have chat rooms. They are fantastic. I really appreciate it. Ruth over there on YouTube is moderating right now. We've had a bunch of moderators over there. Thanks, Ruth, and all of our other moderators, Beth Mythical and others. On Twitch, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Sarah, and our other Twitch moderators, huge thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Facebook, Kay Larry Body, Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes. And Ariana, hold on. Andrea Holder, I'm sorry, Andrea Holder. Thank you, mods. You know, I forgot to thank during the broadcast. I totally forgot. I'll thank them now, but I'm sorry I didn't get to it earlier. I forgot to thank the subscribers on Facebook and Twitch and the members earlier, but I will thank them now. Next time we'll do it earlier. Big Glock says it's a wide road. Hey, thanks also everybody for supporting the channel. It is really nice of you guys. You are the ones who allow this channel to exist with your support. So huge thanks to you for supporting the channel. And I think I thanked everybody, but I know I owe a thanks to Ken Lance. Thank you, Ken, for your support. Did I thank Cosmic Brownies too? Cosmic Brownies, thank you. And Ken Lance, thank you. Alien P-Star. I think I thanked Alien P-Star. Hell of a time. I'm not sure I thanked you for the gift memberships. I hope I did. I don't know if I thanked Jaybird for being a member. Thank you, Jaybird. Did I thank Edward Sibley? You know what? I don't think I ever thanked Edward Sibley. That's my fault. Sorry, I got to go back. I missed a couple. Although I might have thanked them and forgotten. I don't know that I ever thanked Jack. Mr. Slug Snail, thank you. Sorry if I miss people. That's my fault. And who was I going to mention? Edwards said Iran fears U.S. blockade because oil storage tanks will be full in just 4 to 8 weeks. Shutting down wells will cause permanent damage big time. Again, without getting all into this now, a number of viewers have claimed that it would be some kind of devastating damage to Iran to have to reduce or shut down production. I'm just not aware that that's the case. I've read numerous articles on this. They've talked about, well, first of all, I believe Iran can, like other countries have already done, reduce their production rather than shutting it down completely, which would stretch out their storage abilities. But I just have not seen this kind of, I have just not seen any kind of analysis in all the articles I've read that says that there's some kind of hugely destructive impact to Iran's oil industry if they have to, lower or stop production. I believe that there can be some damage. I believe the big impact is it can take a long time to start up. I just haven't seen that, though. That it's some kind of a permanent disaster for them if they don't get if they don't get, like, in a month or two, the oil flowing fully. And maybe I'm wrong. I just haven't seen it. From what I've seen, there's some sort of risk of some damage, but it's not catastrophic. But I'll be on the lookout for more on that. So if I see it, I'll let you know. I'm certainly looking. But I appreciate Edward Sibley mentioning it, and thanks, Edward, for your support. Also, we'll switch back to the other one for a second. Let's see here. We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. The Agenda Free TV Discord chat. A number of our viewers really like doing that. Check it out. It's free. It's the same link as the free notifications link. The Discord chat. Also, thanks to our Discord moderators for all you do over on Discord. Get a little volume here. Little volume. Hey, I will post updates about what's going on my X account. At Lookner on X. Follow me on X. At Lookner on X. It looks like this. That's where I am on X, at Lookner. And another good way to find out when we're on the air is to follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there before we go live at Agenda Free TV. And I post updates about the channel there too. Also, I do want to mention that for those on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications as another way to find out when we're live. But to do that, what you need to do is you need to subscribe to the channel and then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, well, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications. Okay. Hey, huge thanks. Huge belated thanks to our Facebook subscribers. People like Barry Eisler and Kristen McConnell Gates and Lisa Perkins. Yes, Lisa, we did talk about that Trump post earlier. Thank you, Lisa Perkins. Diane Allworth, thanks for subscribing. Joanne Gradwell, thank you. Evelyn Berry Speedell, thanks for being a subscriber. Kay Larry Body, all of our other, Brian Davio, all of our other Facebook subscribers, thank you. And our Twitch subscribers, thank you to all of our Twitch subscribers. Belated thank you. Wall Street Shaggy, Static X, Digital Communist, Beatnik Bandit, Tech Slug. Thanks again, Tech Slug, for the gift sub. Very nice of you. Wisco Joe, Mushi. Why are we watching Pakistan? Because that's what we would have been watching if the peace talks had happened. There was supposed to be peace talks. So we're watching with nostalgia for what might have been, for what was and what might have been. Sarah, thank you for being a subscriber. Space Turkey. And Gaddafi, thank you. Simp Nasty Scrimp. Glue-Man, Spectre EH, Chi-Town Bear, Hugh J, Gamma 5, Miss Jackpots, Night Owl, thanks to all of our Twitch subscribers. E-Hawk, MPA, thank you. And our YouTube members as well. Shout out to our YouTube members. Oh, thanks, Confidence in God. Thank you so much, Confidence in God, for your support in your note. I hope I feel better soon. Thank you, Confidence in God. Also, Louis Bilbrout. Louis Bilbrout. Thank you so much, Louis, for all your support, for being a member. Thanks, Louis. Also, our members, Evelyn in Maine, Cosmic Brownies, CAC-A13, Gary Baines, Patricia Grace, Todd USA, Eric Johnson, Maureen Green, Betty Westbrook, Teresa, Dome Machine, Clarence, thank you. All of our members over there, Todd USA, Chris N. Thanks, West Coast Dude, for watching. Everybody else watching. Rashid J. Rashid 1, Jahangir, Cravon, Bugmouth, SDF on Twitch, thank you. Swamp Donkey, My Mind Spray, LCS Fox, M. Solomon, Bayou Boy, thanks, Dolly Clark, for subscribing on Facebook. Jasmine Beatty, thanks for watching. Lindy Wessel, Judy Fishaw, Sarah Smile, John Simonetta. All right, guys, it is time. I got to get some rest. Who knows when the next big news will be? But I will try to rest up. Thank you, Dawn62. Up, camera's moving. The camera is moving. Look at this. Special close-up on the Pakistan camera. Look at the close-up. Wow, what is that? What are we looking at? What are we looking at? Wow. A truck. Well, maybe they'll do peace talks at some point, and we'll be able to cover peace talks from Pakistan again, but canceled for now. Peace talks canceled for now. So that is it for now as we look at Islamabad. Thank you again for joining the stream, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.